In this world, there exist monstrous creatures. An orc swings its weapon, its face fierce. A brave man raises his shield to block its strike. Their grotesque forms strike fear into anyone who sees them. It roars in fury. Press your weapons against its body now. Olga holds a bow in his hands. He looks toward the orc. Watch me. They are brutal enemies threatening all living beings. Mickey and Hecate also prepare to charge into battle. Strike by strike, they take down the monster. We call them monsters. The monster crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. Olga breathes a sigh of relief. Good job, everyone. Is anyone hurt? Hecate replies, yes, we're all fine. Mickey adds, yes. I just leveled up. Olga turns to Marin. You landed a lot of hits this time too, Marin. Having a shield bearer in the party is really reassuring. Suddenly, his face darkens. Hey, wait. Are you going to? He sees Marin holding a sharp knife, approaching the monster. With a flash of the blade, Marin gently scrapes it. Step 1. Clean the hair off the orc's leg. Step 2. Drain the foul blood. Don't forget the spices to remove the odor. Step 3. Cut the leg into bite-sized pieces. Step 4. Stir-fry it with pasta. Mickey groans. Ugh, gross. I watch him do this all the time, but I still can't get used to it. Why eat that instead of normal food? Hecate says calmly, the world is vast, and people are diverse. But at least he cooks with all his heart. Then Marin places a sprig of herb on top. Final step, garnish. Orc cream sauce pasta. Hecate claps in praise, while Mickey criticizes, I really can't get used to this. Marin picks up some pasta with his fork and puts it in his mouth. Why? He stops eating and turns to look at Mickey. Hey, want a bite? Mickey backs away, refusing. No, I'll pass. He eats with relish, thinking to himself, this is really delicious. These people from another world just don't know how to appreciate it. The taste is spot on. Rich flavor, sweet meat juice from the deodorized orc leg, tender meat that melts in the mouth, rich collagen, and the curly pasta blending with the cream sauce elevates the taste even more. A symphony of fat. Mickey's face darkens. How can he eat that with such a happy expression? Hecate replies, you know, Marin has always been special. Olga speaks in a mysterious tone. Hey, did you guys hear the news? About the hero who went missing a while ago? They found his body. Mickey gasps in shock. Where? He replies, the southern charred forest. Really? He stares into the void, thinking, just how strong are the monsters there? Mickey curiously turns to him. No matter what monster it is, you're only thinking about catching and cooking it, right, Marin? Why do you even eat monsters like this? Marin stays silent for a moment. 3 months ago, in a small southern village, a panicked voice rings out. Why can't the carriage move all of a sudden? It was running fine the other day. I've told you countless times. A red boar has appeared. It's blocking the road and causing havoc. How are we supposed to leave? The village chief says in frustration, look at what happened to the carriage that came back the other day. A man sitting in the carriage trembles, his lifeless eyes looking incredibly haggard. Then the carriage collapses to the shock of everyone. We're not leaving for now. Find somewhere else. It's the same everywhere else. I was going to buy some fruit. In the distance, a trembling old man says, my child, let's go visit your son. No, the sad girl replies, maybe next time. Man wonders, but what do we do now? Even if passenger transport is suspended, the delivery deadline is only 3 days away. The village chief scratches his head in frustration. I'm going crazy. The client is a noble. Being late means big trouble. A shrill shout catches their attention. I told you we're not leaving for now. An angry man scolds Marin. I don't care about your business. I'm staying here. If you're in a hurry, find another carriage. Saying that, he drives the carriage away. The village chief gossips. Hey, look at that. That guy wearing the iron helmet. Even though he's a bit ragged, he looks pretty strong. Mayan evaluates Marin from top to bottom. His gear hasn't been maintained at all. The village chief grumbles. What are you being picky for? If they're desperate, they're easier to hire. A voice calls out from behind Marin. Hey, wait a minute. You there, the warrior in the iron helmet. Marin stops and turns his head toward the sound. Mayan smiles brightly. It looks like you're looking for a carriage to leave the village. Which way are you heading? Marin replies calmly. East. To a drama. He continues. Thank goodness. Then please travel with our caravan. You don't need to pay, just escort us along the way. We'll also take care of your meals. He replies, the other carriages are temporarily staying in the village. He scratches his head awkwardly. I've heard about the dangerous situation, but we have to leave urgently. I heard you're also in a hurry. Wouldn't it be great to help each other out? Marin says calmly, I'll go with you. He rejoices, a wise decision. We'll try to find more people. We depart at noon. Then I'll wait in the carriage. Since fate brought us together, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Mahin, a merchant. And you? Marin replies expressionlessly. Marin Grassy. Mayan leans close to the village chief and whispers. He looks a bit haggard. Don't tell me he has a terminal illness. The old man clicks his tongue. Whatever, as long as he fights well. If you're worried, hire more mercenaries. In his heart, why did it turn out like this? The hero died so meaninglessly. He seems to break down. No, I don't want to die. I have to live. To return to a drama. Suddenly, a voice pulls him back to reality. Marin. Were you sleeping? Man, I couldn't tell because of the helmet. He gently turns and replies, it's nothing. Mayan continues, everyone is just talking. The people in the carriage are cheerful. I'm going to Hyamen. We're going to a drama. Marin also said he's going to a drama. Where exactly are you going? Marin replies, visiting my family at the Sudum Lias orphanage. I haven't been back in a long time because of some business. Everyone is curious. There's an orphanage there? Well, it's a big city, so it makes sense. A man asks softly, but you look pretty strong. What level are you? Marin is confused. Level? It's easier to travel together if we know each other well. The window pops up, showing the simplest stats to know who's strong or weak. I'm level 23. You might not have caught up yet, but keep trying. Marin slowly manipulates the system window and says softly, 95. Suddenly, the carriage shakes violently. The carriage driver exclaimed, it's here. Not far away, the shadow of a monster was rushing toward them. A panicked voice rang out. A red boar. It's a red boar. It let out a terrifying roar. A man panicked. Prepare for battle. Move fast. Don't let it hit the carriage. It's too late. It's right on top of us. Marin was curious. Is that a red boar? It looked a bit weird. True to its name, it was a giant wild boar. System, red boar. Monster, level 62. Attack, 426. Defense, 690. Level 62, huh? Perfect for a test run. Marin gripped his sharp sword. He slowly walked toward the red boar. The man screamed, hey, what are you doing? You want to die? The red boar leaped high, aiming to pounce on him. Marin glared at it with sharp eyes. Then he took aim and swung his sword. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Marin slowly turned his head, his body covered in blood. Just like that, the red boar was taken down. Everyone stared at him in absolute shock. Marin froze, thinking to himself, did I just kill it? Even though the level gap was pretty big, did my single strike really obliterate it like this? The crowd gasped. Oh my god, dude, that was freaking awesome. You sliced that red boar in half in the blink of an eye. Your voice sounds young, but you're incredible. You're no ordinary person. Are you a half-beastman? He quickly waved his hands. No, I'm just... Someone slapped his back so hard he almost tripped. All right. Now that the work is done, we gotta fill our bellies. Come on, let's get dinner ready. Marin stood there calmly, saying nothing more. As it got dark, everyone struggled to start a fire. People whispered among themselves. Man, who exactly is this Marin guy? He covers his face all day. Super suspicious. His gear is all torn up. Maybe he has some special skill. Mahim smiled, his eyes crinkling. Who knows? Maybe that rusty old sword of his is some legendary artifact. Mickey waved it off. Oh, stop it. If you're curious, just ask him directly. Hey, Marin. She looked around and called out, but no one answered. Marin? Wasn't he just standing over there? Huh, where did he go? Suddenly, everyone panicked, freezing in place at the sight before them. Marin was dragging the corpse of the red boar. Terrified screams rang out. Are you crazy? Mickey exploded, yelling. We're about to eat. Why would you bring that thing over here? Marin hesitated. I thought it'd taste better if we had meat. Take it somewhere else right now. A spoonful of soup was scooped up as complaints continued. Geez, no matter how hungry you are, you don't do that. Bringing a monster's corpse out while we're eating? Who could stomach that? Let's see. Ugh, this sucks. I completely lost my appetite. He didn't understand what he did wrong. He scooped up a spoonful and brought it to his mouth. Then he froze, looking like he was about to throw up. Mickey sighed happily. Hot soup, sweet melting potatoes. Marin grimaced. You call this good? She glared at him. We're camping in the middle of the woods. This food is a luxury. Or were you expecting a steak? Why are you looking at me like you're about to eat a person? Don't tell me. You were actually planning to eat that thing. Wake up. Not to mention it's disgusting. What if it's poisonous? Why? Marin continued. Look, this is how you handle a monster's corpse. You harvest the necessary materials and then burn the rest immediately. That's basic knowledge. She pouted. I'd rather starve to death than touch that thing. Oh right, you're heading to a drama too, aren't you? It's a long journey. Even if the food isn't to your liking, you should eat up. Hey, someone called out to her. Archer girl, come help me start the fire. The wood is damp, it's too hard to light. Mickey stepped over lightly. Step aside. I'll handle this in a flash. Marin felt a bit suspicious. Why ask an archer to start a fire? Mickey summoned her magic. A flame burst to life, completely surprising Marin. Wow, magic is really convenient. By the way, can I learn it too? Sure. It's simple and super useful. Marin spoke up. Hey, are you from the magic tower? Mickey was curious. Why bring up the magic tower all of a sudden? Because most mages come from there. Mage? I'm an archer. But you just used fire magic. She sighed. You don't need to be a mage to do this. Mastering elemental magic takes 3 years, you know. Wait, what era are you talking about? Nowadays, basic magic like this is mandatory for all adventurers. Mandatory? No way. Have you been living under a rock this whole time? Look over there. See the city lights. Don't tell me. Those are all powered by mana stones. Using mana stones instead of oil lamps? First time seeing it? I guess it's pretty rare out in the countryside. But nowadays, even kids' toys run on magic. We didn't have stuff like this when I was a kid. Time really flies. Marin stood there, reminiscing about the past. Grilled meat noodles. If only it were real pork instead of monster meat. Want a bite? Are you trying to kill me? I mean, once the mission is over, it'd be great if we all grabbed a drink together. Sounds good. Add an ice-cold beer, and it'll be perfect. Marin just quietly stared at the fire Mickey had created. Easter drama. An excited voice rang out. Oh man, we were really lucky to have you this time. Thanks to you taking down that red boar, we arrived earlier than expected. If it weren't for you, Marin, who knows what would have happened. Truly thank you. Marin looked downcast. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. People whispered among themselves. Has he been starving this whole time? Since the beginning, it's like he couldn't eat anything. Even when he swallowed, he threw it right back up. So he just drank water after that. I thought he was just a picky eater. Turns out, is he sick? He never even took off that iron helmet. Don't tell me he's a monster? Mahim handed something to Marin. Here, a little gift. Don't be shy. Marin was confused. I don't think this was part of our agreement. He said that and walked away. Don't say that. It's only natural. Anyway, see you next time. Marin looked at the bread shoved into his hands. He stared at it for a long time, deep in thought. Then, without a second thought, he tossed it away mercilessly. As he walked, he thought, after all I've been through, I'm finally home. My beloved hometown, Donghae Drama. The city has changed so much. That bakery is still here, as busy as ever. Just around this corner. The home I've longed for, the Lhasa orphanage. He was stunned by the sight before him. It wasn't the orphanage he remembered. Have I been gone so long that I've forgotten the way? No. This is definitely the place. This is it. Why is it some strange toy store now? A curious employee approached him. Excuse me, sir, are you looking for something? Marin asked. Where's the Lhasa orphanage? Did it move? It was right here. The employee thought for a moment. Lhasa? I'm the second generation owner of this shop, and I've never heard that name before. Second generation? But it was definitely here. It's no use. I've never heard of it. Someone called out to Marin. Hey, are you looking for the Lhasa orphanage? He turned, curious. Ma'am, you know of it. I've never seen it myself, but I've heard the old stories. It did exist once. It did exist? What do you mean? As I recall, the old woman's next words struck him like a bolt of lightning. It burned to the ground during a dragon attack one night. His eyes widened, his pupils constricting violently. Attacked by dragons? My life was as dull as a blank sheet of paper. No memorable moments, no brilliant dreams. But in my final, fading moments, one thing kept replaying in my mind. The warmth of the dinner table with my family, long since past. That was the end of my first life. Inside Marin's mind. Fish? Oh right. I was drowning. But why is it so bright? This looks like a crib? A group of curious children peered inside. He's awake. Sister, the baby's awake. What's going on? I'm sure I was in an accident. Hey kid. I told you not to shout like that. You'll startle the baby. Someone picked him up. Let's see here. A sister gently held him, speaking cheerfully. Did you sleep well, little one? Welcome to the Lhasa orphanage. From now on, you're a part of our family. That was my first memory in this world. A place that held the warmth of a family I thought I'd never feel again. A bag of money was placed on the table. Here's this month's donation. The sister gently chided him. I told you this wasn't necessary. Marin replied. It's just a little something for the kids to eat. The sister looked worried. You just got back, and you're leaving again already? You've been working too hard lately. He smiled cheerfully. I'm strong as an ox. It's nothing. But you'll be gone for so long this time. I'm worried. This job is simple. I just need to clear out some goblins in the south, and I'll be done. She looked sad. If you say so, then I suppose it will be all right. But before you go, promise me one thing. What is it? Come home before dark, okay? I'll bake that peri poi pie you love. Yes, I promise. Before a large tree, a voice spoke up. You found the right person. After the dragon attack, most of the buildings were rebuilt. But sadly, no one from that orphanage survived. Now, our Wind Guild is in charge of caring for the orphans. This grave hasn't had a visitor in a long time. What is your relationship to? Seeing Marin sitting there in silence, kneeling on the ground, she didn't press further. My apologies for disturbing you. I'll take my leave. Marin's trembling hand reached out. I'll be right back. I promise. Don't worry too much. He was filled with regret. If I had been there then, would things have been any different? The rain poured down as he leaned against the tree. But there's no way to know. Ever. He stayed there until long after the rain stopped. Two people were talking nearby. Hey, is that guy from the other day still there? Yeah, it's been days. I wonder if he's going to be okay. The pain must be too great. Marin remained seated, staring blankly at the headstone. A piece of bread was tossed onto the grass. The woman who threw it walked away. Marin slowly picked up the bread. He brought it to his lips and took a bite. But, in his heart, he knew. He couldn't swallow anything. Every food tasted equally awful. Watching others enjoy the same food, I know something's wrong with me. I can't even manage to fill my own stomach. I've lost my family again. I'm all alone again. What's the point of this miserable life? I might as well just... Suddenly, he stopped and lifted his head. What is that smell? No, this is much stronger. It's completely different from the food I can't eat. This scent is strangely alluring. Marin's mouth began to water. He got up and walked away, leaving the bread lying on the grass. Marin followed the smell of meat. He followed the scent to a small alley, where a sharp voice rang out. I told you to use a bigger fire. How long is it going to take to burn with a flame this small? Don't you know you can get a huge fine for disposing of monster corpses inside the city? How can you complain when it smells this good? You idiot. Can't you tell the difference between regular meat and monster meat? What if some scavenger picks it up, eats it, and dies? It's not a poisonous monster. What's there to worry about? If you're so scared, take it outside the city and dump it yourself. Marin stared intently at the piece of meat. It looked so good. He quickly grabbed a piece of the meat and slipped away, leaving the woman to wonder. Have we already burned that much? Why is there so little left? He returned to the gravesite. He held the piece of meat in his hand and took a bite. Then he exclaimed, "This is delicious. A miraculous flavor I've never tasted before." It was a bit tough, but the meat was still sweet and savory. Every fiber gushed with rich juices. It was nothing like the mediocre food I'd had before. With every swallow, my primal instincts awakened. Then, blood trickled out. Marin realized he had bitten his own hand. He fell to his knees, clutching his hand in pain. Tears of regret streamed down his cheeks. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. In the end, I was the only one who survived. I'm sorry, but I don't want to die. I want to live like a human being, to enjoy more delicious food, to be happy and live a full life. Do I even deserve to live like that? He stayed there until dawn. The radiant sunlight shone down. A fresh green leaf slowly drifted down. It was as if an invisible hand gently touched Marin's. He snapped back to reality. Marin stared at the gravestone in silence for a long time. He sighed and bit his lip hard. Then he slowly stood up. I'm leaving now. I won't be late this time. And that was the quiet beginning of my culinary journey. A tower loomed in the center of a drama. The Helen Adventurers Guild, the starting point for all adventurers. Every journey begins at Hectolum, a reputable organization with a professional management system. They handle requests ranging from dungeon exploration to monster extermination. But don't think just anyone can register easily. A small golem spoke with a mechanical voice. Next. A person with an overwhelming aura stepped forward. The small golem nearly toppled over from the force of her punch. It cheered excitedly. Contestant 1312. A new record for the day. Dalia raised her hand triumphantly. A buzz went through the crowd. That elf girl just got the highest score. Even that huge musclehead before her only got past 3,000. Where did this prodigy come from? Hey miss, congrats on taking the top spot. If you don't have a party yet, want to team up with me? I've got a bit of a reputation. The two of us would be strong enough to climb to A rank. Dalia refused curtly. No. Marin was hesitant. Excuse me. A voice called out. Mr. Marin, aren't you going to give it a try? Sorry. Oh my. Are you sure you're up for this? Yes, of course I'm going to take the test. Dalia smiled at him. She placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't be so tense. A stiff body can't bring out its full strength. Thanks. It's nothing. People from the same hometown should help each other out. Marin was curious. Hometown. The receptionist gave a sweet smile. Welcome. I've been waiting for you. Receptionist. Welcome. Kalia, I heard you just got first place, right? Dalia was excited. News travels fast. Congratulations. You're now an official adventurer of Hectolum. She took the paper from the golem. Wait a minute. D rank. The record holder gets ranked this low? The receptionist explained, it's the rule. All newcomers start at D rank. But with your abilities, you'll rank up soon. In that case, can I accept a mission right away so I can get started? Let's see. There are only 2 D rank missions available. 1. The periodic extermination of gargoyles at Villa 15. 2. Collect gremlin eyeballs that have appeared at the gargoyle villa. I'll take them for now. But this mission requires a party. What? The gargoyle villa has been abandoned for so long that monsters have bred excessively. To avoid danger, D-rank adventurers are required to go in a party. A party. Dalia glanced around and saw a man coughing violently. A clueless boy looked around curiously. She sighed. Who am I supposed to find in a place like this? Excuse me, then I'll. Before she could finish, something slammed into the wall, causing it to crumble. A panicked voice rang out. Is anyone hurt? Is everyone okay? Are you okay? I'm fine. But what the hell just happened? I don't know. Suddenly, that little golem crashed through the wall. And it weighs a ton. Dalia stared blankly outside. On the other side, Marin was frozen in a fighting stance, unable to believe the scene before him. He was mortified. This is bad. He bowed his head deeply. I'm sorry, everyone. The receptionist was flustered. You don't need to apologize. Luckily, no one was hurt. And this isn't considered cheating on the test. But this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. I'll pay for the damages. Total damages include exterior wall repairs, damaged furniture, golem expenses, and business losses due to the interruption. The receptionist smiled and pointed at the paper. The total comes to 2 gold and 30 silver. Marin's face went pale. His pockets were empty, not a single coin inside. Yes, I understand. You can pay in installments. But if it takes too long, you'll be taken to court. I'll pay it back as soon as possible. Anyway, you're an official adventurer now. If you work hard and take on missions, you'll earn enough to pay off your debt. Dalia spoke up. Well, the only missions left require a party. Come with me. I need a teammate anyway. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. Inside Marin's head, what is this elf planning? System, Dalia, level 36. Race, elf. Class, archer. Strength, 42. Intelligence, 39. Agility, 49. Luck, 36. Chosen by the spirits. Why would someone with such well-rounded stats want to team up with me? We can just split the mission rewards. She was being strangely friendly outside earlier, too. Let's just go with it for now. It's actually convenient to go together. The receptionist smiled cheerfully. A warrior and an archer. What a perfect duo. It's settled, then. Marin thought. I guess I have to accept it for now. If she's capable enough, we can just handle our own parts of the mission. Dalia continued. No need to worry so much. We haven't properly introduced ourselves, have we? I'm Dalia. Just call me Dalia. Though he was still suspicious, he decided to deal with the immediate problem first. He shook her hand. Marin Glossy. Call me Marin. It's a pleasure to work with you. Marin, let's complete our first mission together. He thought to himself, I don't want to, but I have no choice. But if it's just temporary, it's not so bad. I need to form a party to accept missions, after all. The receptionist cheerfully announced, Congratulations to the new party, Archer Dalia and Human Warrior Marin Glossy. Why the sudden? Uyur. Dalia's face darkened. A human? Marin followed the map. Here it is. The gargoyle mansion in the dungeon. An irritated voice rang out. Damn it. What are you dawdling for? Dalia grumbled irritably. Damn it all. I have to team up with a human? Why do I have to be in a party with this inferior species? Marin's thoughts. Elves are a long-lived race with tall, slender bodies and attractive appearances. Because of this, they were often enslaved, so their relationship with humans has always been terrible. Although the guild receptionist didn't seem prejudiced, but, suddenly, he looked up and around. A beautiful yet eerie mansion appeared before them. It really lives up to its name. It's completely different from how it looked 3 days ago. So that's our target this time? System, Gremlin. Monster, level 18. Attack, 80. Defense, 52. A species subordinate to gargoyles. Their bodies grow harder and larger as they mature. Seeing them swarming like that is disgusting. She turned to him with disgust. Hey, human. Stay away from me so you don't get in the way of the mission. An uneducated, short-lived species like you. I'm not saying any more. Just know your place. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What? Don't you dare look down on me like that. I wasn't even finished talking and you just walk away. I've never seen anyone as rude as you. Are you so short-lived you didn't even have time to learn manners? You're the one who started it. And I'm over 100 years old. Stop with the short-lived talk. What nonsense are you spouting? Just do what you said earlier. Let's just not interfere with each other's missions. Wait, are you planning to go alone? Shouldn't we at least prepare? Gremlins are only level 18. With our skills, what's there to prepare for? Dalia's thoughts. This guy, did he read my stats? If he has a system skill strong enough to do that, could he also? Suddenly, her eyes widened. No, wait a minute. She pointed at Marin angrily. Did you just look at my information without permission? How dare a lowly human like you do that? A monster silently flew towards them. Dalia screamed in anger. I knew your kind was despicable, but prying into someone's information is the ultimate taboo. You immoral bastard. A monster growled in front of her. You're supposed to be quiet in a dungeon. That's basic knowledge. Dalia wiped the slime off her face in annoyance. I saw your information when we greeted each other at the guild. As I thought, if you're uncomfortable being with me, then once we're done, we can go our separate ways. Wouldn't that be better? Let's not drag each other down. She snapped. Who's dragging who down? Human, you just handle your part. I'll take care of the gargoyles. You finish off those gremlins. Got it. As you wish. Marin punched a gremlin hard. 49-50. Perfect. This many eyeballs should be enough. Might as well check on the other side. A wooden plank snapped. Gargoyle. Monster, level 21. A superior species to gremlins. Its entire body is made of hardened stone. Dalia held her bow, panting heavily. The monsters dove at her, making her scream. Marin watched from a distance. He thought, well, it's not like she'll die if I leave her. In that case, I might as well try eating one. But which part should I eat? It looks a bit like a toad. Let's try cutting it open. There's so little that looks edible. Well, if there's not much, I'll just skewer and grill it. Just grilling the meat might be a bit bland. Let's try grilling the organs too. Who knows, maybe like with pigs or cows, the organs are the best part. I'll cook it thoroughly. A hot, freshly grilled skewer. Grilled gremlin skewers. Marin sniffed it. For a first try, this looks pretty good. Let's have a taste. He raised it to his mouth and took a large bite. Then he exclaimed, "This is delicious. It's even better than regular meat. A monster's meat is truly something else. If I had to compare it, the taste is more like duck than chicken. It's a bit bitter and has a gamey smell. It would probably be even better with some sauce." His head started to spin. System, lightly poisoned. He collapsed onto the floor. Poison status inflicted. What is this? Poison? This is what I get for not listening. That bitter taste wasn't seasoning, it was poison? What do I do without an antidote? I have to detoxify myself. Wait, detoxify. Gremlins aren't a species that specializes in poison. If they have poison in their bodies, they must have a mechanism to resist it themselves. And the detoxifying organ is the liver. Let's give it a try. The system displayed successfully neutralized gremlin toxin. Marin breathed a sigh of relief. I'm alive. That was a close call. So the reason people don't eat monsters isn't just because they're disgusting. From now on, I'll have to research antidotes as well. Dalia approached, looking at him in horror. Hey, what in the world are you doing? Looking at the mess on the floor, he stammered. She shook her head and pinched her nose. I knew humans were barbaric, but I never thought you'd be this insane. How can you eat that thing? Wait a minute. I know you elves are vegetarians, but that doesn't give you the right to look down on or mock meat eaters. She snapped. Do you really think this is a matter of respect or understanding, human? Not only do I have to be in a party with a human, but now I have to witness this horrifying scene. This is a nightmare. I just want to go back to the world tree right now. Your Gremlin Eye mission was finished from the start, wasn't it? If you're done, then get lost. What are you still hanging around here for? Marin explained. I accepted the mission on the condition that we go together. If we split up and something happens, who's responsible? It's not just us. The guild staff who gave us the mission will also be in trouble. She argued stubbornly. That's my business. He continued. There's still a little bit of the mission left. I'll help you kill the gargoyles. You want to finish this quickly too, right? Dalia was still defiant. I don't need help from a human like you. It'll be over soon enough. Wait. She was curious. What's that? He replied. I forgot to mention. I'm originally a shield knight. Skill, taunt, draws the attention of surrounding monsters to the user. Countless gremlins swarmed around them. Even the gargoyles couldn't control themselves. Seeing his action, Dalia lost her patience. What kind of trick are you pulling? What does being a shield knight have to do with banging on a barrel? Her face darkened, her legs trembling. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you're. Her thoughts. A shield knight, the front line of the formation. Their most characteristic skill. Taunt. It draws the attention of monsters to protect their comrades. She screamed and backed away. You crazy human. It's usually used to protect the rear guard, but it's also effective for luring gargoyles. But, is it always this effective? Well, it doesn't matter. Sword Art. Friction A. Active self-activation. When using a poison sword, damage increases with level. Friction B. Active sustained enhancement. Increases the speed of melee attacks. Hearing the sound of Marin's shield, countless monsters were drawn to him. Dalia scowled. Damn it. This has turned into a disaster because of this guy? I'll keep my distance. From now on, I'll only provide support from afar. Suddenly, her eyes widened, her pupils constricting violently. No way. Marin was fighting with all his might against countless monsters. I was breaking a sweat just killing 5 gargoyles by myself. This guy, what in the world is he? Someone hurriedly chased after him. Hey, wait. What's going on? Dalia was worried. Are you really okay? You pretty much wiped them all out by yourself. Marin was calm. This is a team mission. No need to divide the credit. Didn't you say you wanted to finish early? But, like you said, I'm just cooperating to finish the mission quickly. You poor fool. Wait, can't you hear that? What's that noise? Hold on. Marin's thoughts. Whoa, an elf's body can move like that. Dalia's face fell, and her legs began to move uncontrollably. What is she doing all of a sudden? She looked down at a group of people. 2 men were talking. You idiot. It wasn't a monster, just some elf running by, and you couldn't even avoid her. I told you we had to get to the black market by tomorrow. Who knew she'd crawl into a rock crevice like that? Then they kicked an elf hard in the back. Are you going to hurry up or not? Get moving now. You bastard. Dalia was horrified to see the scene. The elf kept begging. Please, don't hit me anymore. She gritted her teeth. See, Marin? This is why I hate you humans. You talk about abolishing slavery, but behind everyone's backs, you're still trafficking other races. Pick up your weapon, Marin. We have to teach them a lesson. He was calm. Why should I do that? Dalia glanced at him, surprised. What proof do you have that the elf is an illegal slave? They could have been captured for being in debt or committing a crime. She shouted. I heard them clearly. They just said they were going to the black market. Then let's go back and report it to the guards. I don't want to waste time on things that aren't part of the mission. I thought you were a little different. Turns out you're just another human. Her thoughts. Fine. I'll have to do it myself. The sound of sobbing caught Marin's attention. The sound of crying came from the carriage. The elf child threw himself into his mother's arms. Mommy, I'm so scared. Mommy's here. It's okay. Be a good boy. Dalia hesitated. Can I do this? No. I've trained so hard for moments like this. There's no other way. The pain of my people. I will. She raised her bow, but before she could finish, something flew by at high speed, shattering the carriage. The villains scattered, cursing angrily. What the hell? What's going on now? A sword? Dalia hesitated. Didn't you say you wouldn't help? Marin was calm. I don't care about adult matters. But the child is innocent. Curses rang out. What is this? Where did that sword come from? Look. Up there. You. What the hell are you guys doing? Dalia and Marin stood there, looking down at them with contempt. You think you can get away with this? Dalia pointed straight at his face, furious. You rotten humans. Who gave you permission to be so insolent with me? I know you've captured my people in that carriage. They argued back. Ridiculous. These are legal slaves, recognized by Marquis Bistar. She hesitated. Marquis Bistar, don't believe me? See this? The Marquis' seal is all over the carriage. Dalia was devastated. It can't be. Marin spoke up. This is strange. The seal on the carriage, it's not Bistar's. What? Hey you, what nonsense are you talking? It clearly has a wolf on it, the symbol of Marquis Bistar. But the wolf's eyes are both intact. The founder of the Bistar family was blind in one eye, so the family crest should reflect that characteristic. Which means this seal with two intact eyes is a fake. Hearing this, the man was startled and terrified. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The crime of impersonating a noble is still punishable by death, right? They shouted, kill them. There are only two of them. Back in the day, among mercenaries, avoiding conflict was a basic rule. But things are different now, aren't they? Marin immediately launched a blow that sent the man tumbling to the ground. His eyes rolled back into his head as he coughed violently. He landed in a pile of sand, sending it flying everywhere. No way. He took down that giant with a single blow? You bastards. You still want to fight? We surrender. At a villa, an elegant voice spoke up. Thank you for saving us. How can we ever repay this kindness? Dalia quickly waved her hands. How could I ignore my own people being enslaved? I only did what was natural. Thank you, truly. She turned happily to Marin. Sorry to keep you waiting. He asked, is everything settled? She continued, the illegal slave traders have been handed over to the patrol. Their relatives in the city will come to pick them up. With the crime of impersonating a noble, they'll surely be dealt with appropriately. Sir, a little girl's voice piped up. You're the one who saved us, right? You were so cool. Thank you so much. We sincerely thank you both. We'll be on our way. Goodbye, Mr. Knight in Armor. Marin was lost in thought for a moment, saying nothing more. Dalia wondered, Marin? Hey, I never thought I'd say this to a human, but thank you for coming. Even though I hate to admit I was helped by a human, the truth is, thanks to you, my people were saved. Marin's words made her freeze. Then pay me. He repeated, if you want to thank me, pay me with money. You're demanding money for a thank you? She trembled with anger. Don't tell me you helped me in the dungeon, just for money too. Not exactly. But money makes things clearer, doesn't it? Her thoughts. To think I'd thank a money-grubbing human like you. She threw a bag of money at him. Here, take it and get lost. You cheap human who only cares about money. After this, don't you dare think I'll ever trust your kind again. Well, I got the money. So we're good, right? The next day, at the Hectalum Guild, the required quantity has been confirmed. The receptionist smiled cheerfully. Congratulations on completing your first mission. You worked hard. It was a pretty difficult first mission, yet you completed it so quickly and perfectly. Yes, thank you. And here is your reward for this mission. He received a small amount of money. His thoughts, the reward is this small? Hey, this seems a little short. Please note, according to the regulations, until your debt is fully paid, your rewards will be automatically deducted. We hope you understand. He stammered. I'll pay off the debt as soon as possible. Then I'll have to take another mission right away. Take care. Since money is tight, maybe I'll try something different this time. A mission suitable for my current level would be Periodic Dungeon Extermination, Golem, LV-15. All rock monsters, skip. Main mission, Orc Lair. I've never been there before. I wonder what orc meat tastes like. It's probably similar to the familiar taste of pork. A voice called out. Well, who do we have here? It's Marin, right? Mickey was cheerful. Fancy meeting you here. I heard you were a mercenary, but now you're an adventurer? Marin replied. You're the one from the carriage that day. She slapped him hard on the back. Back then, you looked like you were having a hard time eating. I thought you'd starve to death sooner or later, but you look healthy as ever. Yeah, I'm glad to see you're well too. What's up, Mickey? Sorry. I was so happy to see you I got carried away. Marin, let me introduce you. These are my teammates. I'm the party leader, Mickey Oga. This is Marin Glassy, the strong but difficult mercenary I told you about. I've heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Marin's thoughts. What has she been telling them about me? She continued. Ong is an archer like me. And this is Hakit, our party's mage. The three of us have been a team for a long time. 2 archers and a mage? That's a pretty weak party composition. Just the 3 of you? Who's your frontliner? Mickey was helpless. Well. We usually hire a temporary frontliner from outside, but we haven't been able to find anyone for a week, so we can't enter any dungeons. Hakit added, magic is easy to learn these days, so not many people want to be frontliners. Then she held out her hand. So, Marin, would you like to join our party as a frontliner and go to the Orc Lair dungeon with us? Marin was completely surprised to hear that. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sun shining brightly. An orc was chasing Mickey. Suddenly, an arrow hit its eye, making it roar in pain. Mickey cheered, great support, on. The orc's face began to burn, and it collapsed to the ground. Our teamwork is great today, isn't it? We've already taken down 2 right from the start. That was a relief. I was worried I wouldn't have time to cast my spell. Since Marin joined, hunting has been so much smoother. Wait, what's this? An earthquake? No, this is... A horde of angry orcs charged towards them. Everyone panicked. A horde of orcs. Why did so many of them suddenly show up? Mickey was annoyed. Damn it. Did the screams of the others call their friends? Let's run for now. Suddenly, Hakit tripped and fell, crying out in pain. Hakit. An orc charged madly towards Hakit. She looked back in fear. Oh no. Suddenly, the orc was sent flying, startling her. Its head was severed from its body, blood gushing everywhere. Marin stood with his sword, having dealt with the orc. Hakit, are you okay? I'm fine. Did he take care of the whole horde like that? Marin, just how strong are you? Oga was sweating coldly. That makes 10 of them. Let's stop here and rest for today. Mickey complained. I shot so many arrows, my shoulder feels like it's going to fall off. But Marin, he's really scary. How high does your level have to be to get that strong? He continued. Anyway, what matters is that Hakit is safe. Hakit spoke up. That's right. I was so scared earlier I forgot to thank you. She turned around, but Marin was gone. Thanks for saving me earlier, Marin. He was just here a moment ago. Her nose caught a scent. What is that grilled meat? Mickey was curious. Meat? In the middle of a dungeon like this? Marin, what are you doing all by yourself? She walked over and patted Marin on the shoulder. So that meat smell was you. You should have said something if you were going to grill. There's a type of mushroom that's great grilled with meat. Want to try some? Then she noticed the orc head on the ground. She screamed in horror. An orc? Wait, what are you planning to do with that? The mission doesn't require grilling orc meat. Grilled orc thigh. I thought it would be like pork, but grilled. It tastes like a mix of beef and pork. I wonder which flavor it'll lean more towards. Marin raised it to his mouth, about to take a bite. Delicious. The rich juices flow with every chew. The perfect original flavor of grilled meat. It's definitely closer to pork than beef. It's fatty, so it's soft and incredibly rich. Mickey exclaimed, Stop eating that. Why are you eating that thing? My stomach is rumbling. Lord, Please don't let me fall into the temptation of the wicked. Purify these unclean things and grant peace to this land. Next, I'll sprinkle some salt and pepper and grill it. That way, it can't possibly be bad. Just as I thought. It's rich and blends perfectly with the pepper. It's a bit greasy, but it would probably be good with some wine. Olga was curious. Is he enjoying monster meat that much? Mickey trembled. I want to believe this is just a dream, but the three of them gathered. Hey kid, Olga, come here for a second. Marin's thoughts. Looks like I'll have to part ways with this group. But this orc meat would probably be delicious if I took it back and prepared it differently. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Marin. Olga smiled. I understand your peculiar tastes. But eating it so openly like this is really too much for me to handle. I heard some people have to eat monster meat because they're starving. So that's why he can't eat normal food. You guys aren't kicking me out. How could we kick out a skilled warrior just because of a strange palate? I brought some cookies. Let's share them. No need. It's getting dark. If you're done eating, let's get some sleep. I brought some jerky. Want some? Forget it. A large orc appeared. Everyone prepared for battle. The orc bared its fangs and charged, striking Marin's shield with great force. The others quickly counterattacked. That night, Marin grilled meat as usual. Mickey spoke up. Marin, today's the last day of the mission. Are you planning to sleep by yourself until the end? He replied, yeah, it's more comfortable. Olga said calmly, I'll take care of the watch. Haked added, thank you. Good night, everyone. The sound of the crackling fire was peaceful. Damn it. Why does a mage always have to cause trouble? Hey, over here. Why'd you go so far to get firewood? The fire's already started. An angry voice rang out. Marin Glossy. He sat up, curious. Why is everyone awake? It's not my turn for watch yet. Don't move. Haked added, the spell is already cast. If you move, you'll lose your head. You just need to answer the questions. While you were sleeping, I used an appraisal stone to check your information. You're abnormally strong, and you're not injured. So I wanted to know what your level was. Mickey pointed at him, trembling. But, Marin, what is that? What the hell is that fratricide title of yours? Marin Glossy level, race, human, attack, defense, titles, wolf tamer, heir to the magic tower, intermediate knight, fratricide. He spoke softly. Fratricide. A title given to a cold-blooded individual who has slaughtered over 100 members of the same race. When facing members of the same race, attack power increases by 5%. Mickey trembled. You've killed over 100 people? This isn't something we can just ignore. Olga tried to explain. If you became an adventurer at the Hectalum Guild without any issues, your criminal record must be clean, right? But this is completely different. Everyone questioned him angrily. Why do you have a title like that? If it's a misunderstanding, then explain. Marin, why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that from the beginning, you were after our lives? Marin finally spoke. It's not like that. But, then explain. Why do you have the fratricide title? He bowed his head slightly. I'm sorry. On continued. I don't know what your reasons are, but you understand that this isn't something that can be easily overlooked. It doesn't matter if you eat monsters or have an abnormally high level. But I can't trust someone who has killed so many people anymore. Leave our party immediately. Marin stood up at once. Yeah, I understand. Then he picked up his luggage and left quietly. 100 years ago, in the southern forest, many monsters were roaring. A cheerful voice rang out. You've grown up, Trung Man. Is anyone hurt? Taking down 2 at once. That's top-tier skill. Hey, don't praise me so much for something like this. Someone said sarcastically. There are still 18 more. Keep it up. You do nothing but run your mouth. Have you collected enough proof of extermination yet? All done. Yes, leader. Let's get going. But that receptionist is really annoying. She always acts so condescending. Who knows? She's pretty nice to me. Maybe it's just you. But I didn't expect the number of goblins to be less than we thought. Maybe it's because we're still on the outskirts of the forest. There's bound to be a swarm deeper in the center. You think so? Or maybe they're hiding because they're scared of our skills. Just hearing you lie about monsters is scary enough. Hey, aren't you guys listening to me? They turned to look at Marin with terrifying, blood-red eyes. Why did you do this to us? Why were you the only one to survive? Marin jolted awake from the dream. He looked outside, feeling empty inside. Down below, people were laughing and talking cheerfully. The moment he stepped down, he immediately drew attention. Everyone started whispering, "Hey, Iron Mask is over there. Isn't he the one? Don't make eye contact with him. That's him, the murderer. The one who threatens new adventurer parties for their lives and money. How does the guild allow someone like that to exist?" His thoughts. It's only been a few days off, and the rumors have already spread everywhere. People like that always blow rumors out of proportion to suit their narrative. Marin thought to himself, I shouldn't confront them. The receptionist spoke up. Hello. Perfect timing, adventurer. I have something to give you. Marin Glassy, as of today, you have been promoted to a C-rank adventurer. But I haven't taken the promotion test. The C-rank promotion test was abolished years ago. Now, you just need to accumulate achievements within a specified period to be automatically promoted. His thoughts, something else has changed? At least I don't have to punch that little golem again. Can I see the C-rank requests now? Yes, here you go. Among the C-rank requests, this one is currently available. Marin thought, as expected of a higher rank, the variety of requests is much better. The paper read, Harpy, LV30. Request, procure harpy feather materials. Marin thought to himself, a harpy, it's a bird, after all. It probably tastes like chicken. I've had pork, now it's time for chicken. Dalia slammed her hand on the table and looked at Marin. Who is this? A human who only cares about money. She continued, with your short lifespan, you dare. You've got a lot of nerve, human. Dan. Dalia turned and asked, by the way, I heard you've killed over 100 humans? Your reputation in the adventurer world is quite something, huh? Marin turned and said coldly, I'm taking the harpy extermination request. Dalia started shouting, Hey, don't you dare ignore me, human. We came all this way to show kindness to someone who's hated by his own kind. Haida spoke from behind them. Dan, is he the human you were talking about? Dalia turned and replied, You're here. Haida walked up to them with a confident air. Dalia gestured and introduced her. Let me introduce you. This is the leader of the party I joined. Haida also extended her hand in greeting. Greetings, human. I am Emato. Emato Kitless Cherokee. I've heard a lot about you from Dan. Dalia shouted, Wait, why are you saying unnecessary things? Marin thought to himself, a beast man? From her gear, she looks like a martial artist. Marin's system panel began to analyze. Analyzing. Emato Kitless Cherokee, level 59, race, beastman, class, cleric, attack, 382, defense, 333, strength, 72, intellect, 49, agility, 36, luck, 9, titles, arena hero, intermediate martial artist, earth god. Marin looked at Haida and thought, her strength stat is indeed the highest compared to everything else. He reread it in his head. Did I see that wrong? Haida smiled and introduced herself. And as you can see, my class is cleric. Marin replied, That's not what I see. He thought to himself and said aloud, A cleric is a support class specializing in healing. But you don't look like a cleric at all. You don't look holy in the slightest. Dalia added, I was looking for a multiracial party instead of a bunch of disagreeable humans. I happened to see Emato's recruitment notice for a human-hating party, so I joined. A human-hating party? She continued, Right now, it's just me and Dan. But after hearing the rumors about you in the guild, I wanted to make you an offer. Marin replied, Rumors? Dalia raised her hand and said, That's right. Because you're a human with the fratricide title, I'll make a special exception and accept you. Haida also chimed in. I heard your skills are excellent too. So as the leader, I'll make a special approval. Marin asked, Hey, I don't understand. What are you guys talking about? Dalia said with annoyance. Short-eared humans are slow on the uptake. Haida pointed at him and said, Hey you, join our party. We'll make a special exception for a praiseworthy person like you who has killed many of his own kind. Marin turned back and said, There's no way I'd accept that offer. Haida replied, If you refuse us, do you have any other options? He looked behind him and said nothing. Marin thought to himself, That's right. Once the fratricide rumor has spread, I won't be able to find another party. All right, I'll join you guys for now. Haida smiled and shook his hand. A wise decision, human. She raised her hand high and said cheerfully, Now, Let's head out to test our strength and teamwork. Marin turned and asked, "Where are we going?" Haida's eyes widened, and she said, "Of course." She pointed at the map and continued, "To the dungeon." Haida pointed at the harpies and said, "First, we have to take down that flock." The harpies prepared to dive, and Marin thought to himself, "Harpies, they're a pain for shield users like me." Marin looked up and thought, "If I jump, will I be able to reach them?" The harpies were shot down and fell from the sky. Having an archer along is really convenient. Dalia lowered her bow and said loudly, "I can't let that human steal the show again. As a shield user, you should just stand there and guard." A harpy dove towards them. Haida shouted from a distance, "Hey human, raise your shield now." She jumped on Marin's shield and launched into the air. Haida flew parallel to the harpy. She punched the harpy in the face. Haida landed at the same time as the harpy crashed and burned. Haida turned and said, "For a human, your reflexes are pretty good. Nice teamwork." Marin replied coldly, "Give me a heads up next time." He stood still and thought, "Well, whatever. But fighting with teammates, it's not necessarily a bad thing." Haida put her hands on her hips and said, "At this rate, our teamwork is pretty good, isn't it? We've already taken down 3 right from the start." Dalia added, "Let's take a quick break while we harvest." Marin looked down at the golem and asked, "What's this?" Dalia stepped forward and said, "You're more of a country bumpkin than me, who just came out of the deep forest. Don't you know living dolls are all the rage now?" Marin asked, "Living dolls? Like a golem?" She continued, "That's right. A pet golem that runs on mana. The one in front of you is a limited edition Poco that costs 2 gold. Marin thought to himself, "So they have things like this now?" Dalia picked up the golem and said, "Oh, my little Poco went and collected the feathers for me. Good boy." She hugged the golem and continued, "It runs on mana, so you don't need to feed it. It won't die unless it's broken. If you raise it well, it can even help you fight and harvest. Isn't that great?" Haida held out her hand and said, "Give me a break. You're not a kid anymore. Dan, you really like cute things, huh?" Dalia looked at Marin in alarm. She ran in front of him and said, I'll say it again. This is a golem, not food." Marin walked slowly from behind and replied, "Who said it was?" Haida smiled and said, "Shut up and let's get back to hunting." Dalia sat down on the ground and said, "We're lucky today. We can probably hunt some more, right?" Haida agreed. "It's going so smoothly." Haida turned and said, "But why is he so hesitant to introduce himself? He fights well. Is it just because he's human?" Dalia turned and said, "No, there are some special circumstances." Haida suddenly smelled something and said, "Huh?" Suddenly, there's a delicious smell. The smell of meat, grilled chicken. Dalia turned to look behind her and said, "No way." Haida also shouted, "Come to think of it, where did Marin go? If he dares to eat alone, he won't get away with it." Dalia said from behind, "Wait. Don't go, Emato. You can't." The tray of meat was next to the frying pan. Marin put the meat into the pan and said, "I've lightly salted it. The pan's hot. Time to start grilling." He watched the pan and said, "The sound of meat sizzling always puts me in a good mood. Flip it evenly to prevent burning and then plate it." Marin said, "Done. Grilled harpy thigh." He took off his mask to eat and thought, "It looks just like chicken. Harpies are birds, so the taste should be similar, right?" He continued to think, "Delicious. The texture is like chicken, but the umami flavor is much richer. It's not gamey, melts in your mouth, and has a gentle sweetness." Marin said, "Next time, I should." Dalia rushed in from behind and shouted, "Stop it. Damn it. I knew it. What's wrong with you?" Marin said gently, "Sorry for eating in secret. If you're hungry, I can share some." Dalia gestured defensively. "You think I'm angry for such a trivial reason? Don't just calmly eat something with a human face." Haida rubbed her head and shouted, "That's the most horrifying sight of my life. I thought I'd seen it all, but I'm still so naive." The two of them were kneeling and wailing. A harpy's face is anatomically completely different from a human's. It's closer to the camouflage of a fish. "How can you be talking about that right now?" Dalia continued, "I have to witness this brutal scene for a second time. This is a nightmare." At that moment, Haida caught the delicious aroma. Her eyes lit up at the sight of the meat. Haida started to think, "No, I can't. It's a monster. For a moment, I thought it looked delicious. I hate myself so much. Don't even look at that blasphemous thing. Marin turned and asked, want some? Huh? Dalia replied, are you kidding? Now you're offering it to us. He started to show off. Too bad. It's really good. Haida stared at the piece of meat and said, you human. Are you trying to challenge me? Dalia grabbed her head and said, hey, calm down, Emato. The two of them continued to shout at each other. Why does a monster smell so good? Suddenly, Marin remembered. Oh right, I forgot about the stew. He opened the lid and thought, it's been a while, but it's cooked just right. Braised harpy feet. Haida looked at him and asked, you're eating that too? There's barely any meat on it. Marin turned and answered, yeah, I want to try the taste of unseasoned boiled chicken feet. He ate it and said, let's see. Marin thought to himself, it's been stewed so well that the meat is as soft as pudding and incredibly sweet. The chewy collagen keeps the meat from falling apart. So this is what harpy feet are like. He continued, it would probably be best mixed with a spicy seasoning. I have to take the other one back and marinate it properly. Dalia replied, you're driving me crazy. Dalia continued to shout angrily, wait a minute. What are you eating? Marin turned coldly and asked, want some? She rushed over, pushing the foot in Marin's hand away, and said, harpies have a paralyzing poison in their claws, you idiot. Dalia turned and said, hey, Emato, detoxify him. Haida replied nonchalantly, I don't know how. She continued to shout, you don't know? That's a basic cleric spell. Haida replied, it seemed like a pain, so I never learned it. From behind, a harpy flew towards them. Dalia exploded, shouting, Dan, because you were causing trouble, we got noticed. It's your fault, comma. Haida raised her hand and launched a spell at it. Get out of the way. Instead of healing, let me use a new spell I learned to finish it off. Wait, don't be rash. The flames flew towards the harpy. Flame burn. Poco. Dalia's limbs went limp. This is a nightmare. My Poco wasn't even a week old. Haida turned tiredly to look at the two of them. Dalia shouted, damn it. How dare you harm my Poco? Haida replied, it's a new F-rank skill, so I missed. Dalia continued to shout, the enemy of my child. Even in 5,000 years, I will not forget you. Haida laughed mockingly. I'll buy you a new one. Don't be mad anymore. Marin's face fell. Poco was a limited edition. Where are we going to find another one now? Haida continued, I said I was sorry. What a mess. The receptionist said, yes, the harpy mission is complete. Please dispose of the harpy meat. Dalia looked up at the sky and said, I'm exhausted today. Too many things happened. Haida turned and asked, are you sure you don't want me to buy you a new Poco? Don't regret it. She looked at Marin and asked, huh? Haida asked loudly, wait, what are you taking now? Are you going to eat again? Marin replied, it would be a waste to throw away something so well prepared. Haida laughed mockingly and shouted, are you trying to make a scene in front of others? At least put it in your inventory. Inventory. A system panel appeared. It seems there's something. Inventory. Active, non-attribute. A private space created with mana. Can store all items except living creatures. Limit. 30 slots, 100 G. Marin touched the system and thought to himself, so this exists. I completely forgot. He continued to think, and all this time I've been carrying a heavy backpack everywhere. How stupid. No wonder everyone looked at me strangely. Marin put his hand on his head and thought, when did I forget? I can't even remember something this basic. He continued to think, my mind right now? Hey you. Haida turned and asked, so? Even though it ended chaotically, each of us is strong and we work well together, right? Marin replied coldly, yeah. Haida held out her hand invitingly. Then, officially join our party. If we fight together, we can complete any mission. Haida held out her hand to shake Marin's. Welcome to our party, officially. Marin looked at Dalia and Haida and thought to himself, an official party, huh? Even though they're all weirdos, their abilities are no joke. It's definitely better to have teammates than to work alone. He replied softly, yeah, okay. I agree to join. Haida was excited. Haida cheered, great. Let's go register the party officially right now. Dalia looked at Marin and said, even though we've been through a lot, you're my comrade now. She smiled and continued, cherish every fleeting moment of your human life, okay? Human, no, Marin. Dalia held out her hand and said, I look forward to working with you from now on. Noted. Marin stood still and thought to himself, yeah, I look forward to it too. Haida held up a piece of paper and said cheerfully, have you been waiting long? I just finished registering the party. Dalia and Marin read it and said, Tada. Its name is. She thought to herself with doubt, Chaos. Dalia shouted angrily, what? What kind of name is Chaos? You registered that ridiculous name as our party name. Haida replied, this is the leader's decision. Dalia continued, being the leader doesn't mean you can abuse your power. First of all, why did you choose this word? Haida recalled and said, earlier, at the harpy's nest, I heard the human muttering, what a mess. Lit. What a pile of chaos, she continued with excitement. That phrase suddenly struck a chord with me. I liked it so much. I don't know why, but even though I don't know the meaning, it touched my heart. A pile of chaos. Who names their party something like that? Dalia was still shouting angrily. The party name should be decided by all the members together. Haida sighed and replied, you guys didn't offer any other suggestions. So just obey the leader's decision. Dalia looked up at the sky and screamed, my future achievements will be under the name Chaos? Oh, World Tree, why do you only give me bitterness? Marin thought to himself as he walked out. A weird party name won't kill anyone. Whatever. I'll go back to my room and grill the rest of the harpy meat. Haida stood in a corner and asked, hey, human, where are you going? Marin replied coldly, back to the inn. Haida said excitedly, we have a new member, so we have to throw a welcome party. A welcome party and a celebration for completing the mission. Let's use the reward money to go drinking. Marin replied, no thanks. I don't need one. Haida continued to plead. What's the fun of a welcome party without the new member? Dan, come with us. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content today. Come to think of it, I still can't accept that name Chaos. The application has already been submitted. So give it up, lady. That elf is really persistent. Whose fault is this? This looks pretty good. Let's try a piece. We should have at least picked a cool name like Statiker or Memoria. You think those names are cool? Dan's taste is terrible. It's really bad. Like chewing on a hot newspaper. Forget it. I have something to talk to Marin about. Oh, you mean that? What is it? About our party's goal. Actually, our goal is to become an A-rank party in the shortest time possible. A-rank. Why? Because we each have our own reasons. All adventurers at Hectalum started D-rank. They can rank up through exams. But the highest rank a normal adventurer can achieve is B-rank. From A-rank onwards, you need to be recognized for your corresponding abilities and achievements. The content of the exam is also kept secret. Few people know about it. Only elite members recognized by the guild can achieve it. I have siblings who were captured by humans and made into slaves. So I need a lot of money to free them. That person agreed to let me go for 3 years. If I earn enough money, he will grant my siblings their freedom. And he promised not to sell or harm them during those 3 years. My family was enslaved after the revolution and wasn't rescued. The only way to become free is to pay the ransom. Revolution? You don't know what the revolution is? It was a huge event that happened recently. How could a human not know? Have you been living alone in the forest for 100 years? Let me explain briefly. For centuries, humans have been kidnapping other races for trafficking. They captured us elves for our mystical beauty, and dwarves to exploit their skills like a manufacturing machine. And they saw beastmen as inferior animals to be enslaved. Among them was my family. They imprisoned those they captured so they couldn't escape, exploiting them to satisfy their desires. In that inescapable prison, my people were exhausted both physically and mentally. Those who failed to escape all suffered tragic deaths. This exploitation lasted for centuries. Finally, the races, tired of the oppression, united to form an alliance. The races that had lived separately joined forces to fight against the humans. And so the revolution broke out. The humans called it the race war. We made many demands, including the abolition of slavery. And we threatened to declare war if the humans did not agree. At first, the humans were stubborn. But unlike us, who had nothing left to lose, they had too much to protect. In the end, they were forced to accept the conditions and sign the treaty. Thanks to that, trafficking of other races became illegal. Provisions to protect the territories of other races were also passed. After that, our people who had been hiding gradually came out. Now you can see many races walking freely on the streets. Emato and I can work as adventurers thanks to that treaty. That's how it is. So as soon as I was free, I became an adventurer. If you want to make money fast, this is the best profession. There was such a treaty? I didn't know. What about you, Dan? What's your reason? To become the elder of the forest where I live. My family has been elders for generations, and it was supposed to be my turn. But the problem is, this position is only mandatory for the eldest child of each generation. My older sister hated the position of elder, but everyone insisted on forcing her to take it. They used tradition and all that as an excuse. Because I was confident that I was the best at protecting the forest, after hearing my plea, my people decided that if I could achieve a convincing enough feat in the outside world before I turned 150, they would give the position of elder to me. Although becoming an A-rank adventurer isn't enough, it's a necessary stepping stone for me to achieve a greater goal. From a slave to an elder, everyone has a valid reason. Anyway, we each have our own goals, so I hope you'll join us in helping each other. It would be even better if you have a similar goal. Hey, human, don't you have any goals? Marin, if it's hard to talk about, you don't have to answer. Yeah, maybe I'm doing this for something. I have a dragon I want to kill. Dalia asked, bewildered, huh? Haida echoed, a dragon? Marin recounted an old story, the species that attacked a drama long ago, the one that burned the whole city to the ground. He continued coldly, I want to kill it. And before I face that dragon, I have something I need to do. Haida and Dalia looked at Marin with strange expressions. Marin thought to himself, do they think I'm talking nonsense? Dalia looked at her cup and called out, hey, human, she continued, I thought you were someone without any ambition. Turns out, you're a human who dares to harbor an ambition even greater than ours. Haida also smiled and said, or are you planning to eat the dragon too? You're truly insane. Dalia continued, anyway, you'll be ranking up with us quickly, right? If you want to join a dragon-slaying campaign, you'll have to reach a high rank first. The three of them clinked their glasses and said, so we have a common goal. Let's do our best. One morning in a certain town, Marin sat by the stove. So, the party was officially formed yesterday. Today, I'll rest at the inn and make a proper meal. He emptied his coin pouch and thought, I just bought ingredients and my pouch is already empty. After paying for the inn, I probably won't have a single coin left. Marin poured oil into the pan and said, it's a bit much, but let's cook with oil first. He raised his hand and said, store. Marin reached into his inventory. He looked at the tray of meat. It's still fresh, he said. Wow, the meat is as fresh as when I first caught it. Marin looked at the stove and thought, so it stays in the exact same state as when I put it in the inventory? This is the perfect food storage. He cracked an egg into a bowl and said, first, crack the eggs to make the batter. Marin continued to mix in the flour. Mix the breading and coat it evenly. He then placed the coated meat into the hot oil. Then into the hot oil it goes. Watching the pan, Marin said, this sound is always music to my ears. He flipped the meat and said, when it's golden brown, flip it a few times to prevent burning. Then fry it a second time. Marin slowly lifted the meat onto a plate. Finally, drain the oil and plate it. Fried harpy thigh. Done. He poked a piece of meat with a fork. Marin looked at the piece of meat and praised himself. I can't believe I fried it this well on my first try. Good thing I cut it into big pieces, enough for a mouthful. He slowly took off his mask and put the piece of meat in his mouth. Marin chewed and savored the taste. The crispy crust combined with the tender, juicy harpy thigh meat is absolutely perfect. The sweet meat juice soaks into the crispy fried batter. Harpy is truly delicious. He savored it and thought, the characteristic sweetness of harpy meat. It's just like fatty tuna. Marin said, the more I eat, the more I want. Good thing I made a lot. It was bound to be delicious. How could meat this good be bad when fried? Dalia's voice came from outside. Hey, human, are you in there? Marin thought to himself, that voice is Dan. Dalia knocked on the door and called out. It's the middle of the day and you're still not up? Open the door. It's urgent. Marin slowly opened the door. He asked, what's the sudden rush? Dalia replied, why are you wearing a helmet indoors? She held out her hand and asked, No. I have something urgent to tell you. Are you free? Marin replied. I'm eating. What is it? Dalia said. It's Emato seems to be in trouble. Marin thought to himself. Suddenly, I see. He continued and invited Dalia in. Come in. What happened? She replied. This is hard to talk about in a public place. Dalia looked at the food Marin had just cooked and asked, Hey, is this food a monster again? She thought to herself, No. Emato's problem is more important. Dalia continued, All right, now's not the time to worry about that. She clenched her fist and thought, First of all, what I'm about to tell you, don't let Emato know. Can you lend me some money? Marin suddenly stopped and thought. He shouted angrily, If that's what this is about, then forget it. Get out. Dalia held up her hand and said, Wait, just hear me out first. Marin looked at Dalia and said, If your reason isn't convincing, I'm kicking you out. Dalia replied, Humans live short lives, but you have such a hot temper. She continued, To be blunt, Emato seems to have been tricked by her human master. Marin asked, Tricked? The two continued their conversation. You heard about Emato saving money to rescue her siblings at the party, right? Yeah, I heard. Today, we were supposed to take a break from missions because Emato was going to visit her siblings. Dalia clenched her fist in anger and said, But today that master. She continued, He broke the agreement. He's preparing to auction them off. Dalia continued, That bastard master was lying from the start. He intentionally let Emato go, giving her false hope. She went on. When Emato begged him, he said, If you pay the full ransom before the auction in 5 days, I'll stop. How much was the amount Emato was supposed to save in 3 years? 10 gold for each, so 20 gold in total. Marin thought to himself, 20 gold? Dalia started calculating. The currency value in this world, if converted, 1 copper coin is 100 VND. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver. 100 silver equals 1 gold. 2 gold is enough for an adventurer to live comfortably for a month. 20 gold, 20 million VND to be collected in 5 days? She continued. Even though she didn't want to say it, that proud girl bowed her head as if begging to save her siblings. Marin cut her off. So now you're borrowing money for Emato? Dalia replied. Besides, I can't just ignore the issue of slavery. After the treaty, all the smaller races see each other as kin. She raised her hand and said, If you help, I swear on my honor that I'll pay you back. Marin replied, No. Even though we've officially formed a party, we've only known each other for a few days. Marin crossed his arms and said, Why should I trust you enough to lend you such a large sum of money? Besides, I don't have any money either. Of course, you're a human, after all. Dalia thought for a moment and said, Oh, but Emato's siblings. I heard they only learned to walk a few days ago. Marin suddenly stopped. He also said, You damn elf. How dare you exploit my psychological weakness? Dalia smiled and replied, No, I was just saying. Marin asked, If I lend you the money, what's in it for me? Dalia replied, What's in it for you? I'll pay you back double the interest. How do I know you won't run away or intentionally delay payment? Like you said, a human's life is short. Dalia stammered. Well then. The two of them sat staring at each other. Dalia raised her hand to calculate and thought, Maybe this. She called out in a friendly tone, Hey, human, let me whisper something to you. Marin also turned and said, Why so sudden? Dalia whispered in his ear, Do you have a wind attribute in your affinity system? Marin stammered, No, I don't. But why are we whispering? Dalia analyzed and said, Attribute affinity. In this world, as long as you have an intellect stat, you can use any type of magic. An attribute affinity is the element that is most compatible with an individual. Magic of the same attribute consumes less mana but has higher power. She continued, This attribute is usually present from birth. Most people only have one attribute. Dalia recalled the old days. It's rare for someone to be born with multiple attributes. Most legendary mages in history were of this type. She glared and said, If you help me this time. Dalia continued, I will give you the wind attribute, a blessing from the spirits. Marin was still bewildered. Dalia raised her hand angrily and asked, Don't tell me that's still not enough? Marin said, It's not that. Granting an attribute isn't something just anyone can do, right? Marin turned and asked, Can you really do it? Dalia shouted. I swear on the name of the world tree. Is that enough for you? Marin put his hand on the table and said, all right. He led Dalia out and said, let's go then. Returning to the bustling scene, people were walking around. Dalia walked up from behind and asked, but how are you planning to get the money? I know you have a lot, but 20 gold is no small amount. Marin replied, about that. Marin said threateningly, the only way is to illegally hunt high-rank monsters and sell the drops on the black market. Dalia replied in alarm, don't say such crazy things. Don't you know that entering a dungeon above your rank is forbidden? Marin turned and said, I know, but is there any other way to make a lot of money quickly? Dalia replied, no matter what, illegal activities are too dangerous. Dalia thought to herself, missions issued by the guild all have ranks. Accepting missions above your rank is strictly prohibited. She thought about being pursued and said, if you're caught violating the rules, you'll not only be fined but also banned from accepting missions for a period of time. Marin thought to himself, but legal or not, it would take too much time. He pondered, high-rank dungeons are different from low-rank ones. Most are in remote, desolate places. The travel time alone would take 3 or 4 days. Marin suddenly turned and asked, by the way, how are you planning to get the money? Dalia was stunned and replied, huh? Me, Dalia said, I was planning to ask my family back home for help, but I'm afraid it won't be in time for Emato's deadline. So I was going to contribute the little money I've earned as an adventurer to her. She continued to ask, Marin, don't you have any savings? Marin turned and replied coldly, not at the moment. Dalia walked and said, that's right. You became an adventurer on the same day as me. Do you have anything valuable among your belongings? Marin turned and replied, among my belongings? The most expensive thing I have right now is. Marin took out a pile of items and selected one, saying, this is probably it. He continued, for now, let's each take care of our own business and meet up later. Dalia also replied, yeah, okay. I'll try to get as much as I can too. The sun set over the land. At a ruined castle, Marin slowly entered the ruined castle. The shopkeeper inside began to ask, what can I do for you, esteemed guest? Here at our shop, we have everything from monster essences to stolen goods. Marin slowly presented an earring. The shopkeeper looked at it and thought, an earring? This should be taken to a jeweler. Why here? The shopkeeper looked closer and shouted in alarm, wait a minute. He looked at the pair of earrings and said, this earring. Isn't this a bliss fragment? It disappeared when the dungeon it dropped from vanished, so it's impossible to find now. Where did you find such a precious treasure, sir? Marin said softly with a cold expression, an old comrade gave it to me a long time ago. The sky had brightened before a high-class building. From inside, the old man's voice came out. Now you've learned to be calmer, haven't you? He leaned back comfortably in his chair and said, no matter how much you struggle and cause trouble, it's useless. Even that dull, beastly head of yours must understand that by now. The old man looked at Haida and said, telling you 3 years was just on a whim. But thanks to that, you got to go out and have fun, right? Haida thought to herself, I just want to kill him and get it over with. That disgusting face. I'll crush it first. From a distance, a voice called out, is Emato Kitless here? Haida thought to herself, that voice is. Haida looked towards Marin and Dalia and said, Dan, is that him? Haida turned and asked, why did you bring that human with the weird eating habits here? Dalia replied, well, I asked him to help get the money. She continued, what? What did you say? Dalia continued, details later. Let's worry about the money first. Marin presented a bag of money and said, we are teammates of Emato, and we have prepared the amount of money you requested, master. Now, let's make the transaction to free Emato's family. Haida looked at Marin and thought to herself, even though I accepted him into the party, asking a human for help like this, he's not going to use this weakness to bully me later, is he? The old man took the bag of money and said, C-rank adventurers manage to get this much money? You think I can't tell real money from fake? The old man opened the bag, looked inside, and thought, this is real gold. Did they really get 20 gold in just 3 days? Haida shouted angrily. You can tell if it's fake or not just by looking. Free my siblings now. The old man smirked and said, it's true you brought the money, but the condition of the contract was that Emato had to earn the money herself. Receiving money from others invalidates the contract. Haida knelt below and said angrily, "What kind of ridiculous rule is that?" Dalia raised her hand angrily and shouted, "Don't make things up. According to current regulations, when a slave's family brings the ransom money, they must be released regardless of the source. How dare you humans cheat in front of an elf?" The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Bring out the papers and their belongings." Haida thought to herself, "Trying to pull a fast one, huh? Good thing Dan is here, or I would have been tricked by this master's word games." The man came out from inside and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." He presented the fox brother and fox sister and said, "These are the slaves you requested." Siblings. The fox sister and fox brother ran into Haida's arms and said, "Big sister." Haida asked caringly, "Are you two hurt anywhere?" The fox brother and fox sister said in unison, "We were so scared." Haida gently hugged them and said, "It's all okay now. I'm sorry I was late." Marin looked at the fox brother and fox sister and thought to himself, Dan was right. He even enslaves children. He clenched his fist angrily and thought, the kids are so skinny, just skin and bones. He dared to starve them. The old man presented a piece of paper and said, "This is their original slave certificate." The old man tore the commitment paper and said, "And now I will destroy it right in front of you. Are you satisfied?" Haida snatched it away and burned the contract with a flame in front of the fox brother and fox sister. Satisfied with what? Leaning back in his chair arrogantly, he said, "All right, from now on, your sister is completely free. But Emato, you are still my slave." He continued, "As for you other teammates, the money's gone, so get lost. Or do you want to take the shackles as a souvenir?" Haida turned to Marin and said, "You human." He raised his hand and said, "Hey, no need." Marin presented a bag of money and said, "I'll buy Emato as well." The old man, the other man, Haida, and Dalia all turned to look. Haida shouted, "You human, I don't need your help. As long as my siblings are saved, that's enough. I can take care of the rest myself." Marin said from afar, "How about 10 gold for Emato?" Haida said angrily, "Don't ignore what I'm saying." The old man slowly replied, to Marin's surprise, "I'm sorry." The old man smiled sinisterly and said, "Unfortunately, Emato has already been put on the list for tonight's auction." The old man said gently in front of Marin, "So that transaction will be difficult to carry out." Leaning back in his chair, he arrogantly raised his hand and said, "Emato has already been listed for sale, so it can't be canceled. If you want, you can participate in the auction directly to buy her back." Dalia asked in disbelief, "What?" Haida shouted angrily, "What the hell are you talking about? You never said I was going to be auctioned off." Dalia also got angry and said, "Shut your mouth, human. You think I'd believe such nonsense?" The old man replied arrogantly, "Nonsense? This is my legal right. A master can sell his slave however he wants. The treaty also clearly states that the sale of legal slaves is the right of the owner." Dalia said angrily, "You despicable human." Marin thought angrily to himself, a low-down but clever scheme. He looked at the old man and thought, putting Emato up for auction is just an excuse anyway. But since she's his property, we can't stop him from selling her. Does he really have to torment Emato like this? Marin decided to say, "All right, then I'll participate in the auction to buy her." Haida turned to look at Marin and said, "Hey, human." Marin stood tall with a cold voice. "Don't cause trouble and just wait, Emato. I have a plan." Haida thought to herself, "Why are you helping me so much?" Marin started to think. The old woman looked at the children playing and said, "Remember this, Charlot. All children need to be cared for. For young children, they need the guiding hand of an adult." The old woman patted his head and said, "And you too. Every child born deserves to be protected. Isn't that why this place exists?" Haida remembered the old woman's words. "Because you are the only one who can protect those children," the fox sister said softly. Haida thought to herself, just because they're safe doesn't mean it's over. Don't let them grow up alone. Be there for them, nurture them, and guide them. Marin sighed and said to himself, "All right, let's give it a try." Haida turned to look at Marin and said, "If you dare to boast and then fail, I won't forgive you." Dalia turned to look at her and said, "I don't like it much either, but if Marin has a plan, I'll follow it. See you at the auction, Emato." At that moment, the old man and Haida both looked at Marin. The old man smirked contemptuously. Such trustworthy teammates. Hey, Emato, do you really think those cheap C-rankers can free you? Haida hugged the fox brother and fox sister and glared at the old man with daggers in her eyes. The old man came over and pushed her face up, saying, "You think I'd simply put you up for auction and sell you? No matter what, you won't escape my grasp." The old man continued, "You'll come back to me eventually." Haida knelt beside him and asked, "What are you talking about? Hey, what kind of trick are you pulling?" He raised his hand and ordered the other man, "Contact the Merchants Guild and prepare in advance." The staff member began to speak. "Yes. Next up is item number. The next item is a criminal slave captured for multiple violent offenses. Race, human male. Health condition, good, no deformities." A voice rang out, to Marin and Dalia's anxiety. Bidding starts at 4 gold. Dalia turned and whispered, "I just asked a staff member about the average price of a beastman slave. It's usually around 8 or 9 gold. Even if the price goes up to 10 gold, with my money added, it should be enough." Marin replied, "I'm not so sure." The staff member's voice rang out, startling Marin. Next up is a non-human. He brought Haida out and introduced her, a wolfkin from the borderlands. Formerly a gladiator who earned the title of Colosseum Hero. She can also use healing skills from the cleric class. Haida angrily clenched her cuffed hands and thought to herself, "That master definitely pulled some dirty tricks. I have to let Dan know." The staff member continued to introduce her. Superior physical condition to humans, young and female. The old man looked down from above with a smug expression and said, "Finally, it's her turn." He looked towards Marin and Dalia and said, "Those C-rank adventurers have spent all their money. They probably only have loose change left." From above, the old man continued to smile sinisterly and said, "And they think they can buy Emato? How arrogant." The old man who had blended and said, "You think I'd let things go as you wish?" The staff member shouted, "The starting price for this item is 6 gold and 30 silver. Bidding starts now." The staff member pointed at the old man and said loudly, "Yes, guest number 57. Please make your bid." Dalia turned her head to look behind her and said with a serious expression, "Someone already bid." The old man shouted a high price, 20 gold. Dalia turned back, stunned. "What?" The staff member said, 20 gold. Such a huge price right from the start. Haida thought to herself, 20 gold? No way, it can't be that much. The staff member's voice continued, "Does anyone bid higher than 20 gold?" Dalia scratched her head and thought, "This is ridiculous. I heard it was only around 8 or 9 gold. Now they're asking for 10 more? That's a huge amount of money." The staff member said, seeing Marin raise his arm. "Yes, guest number 21. Marin asked, "Excuse me, what is the bidding limit?" The staff member replied, 30 gold for humans and a flat 50 gold for non-humans. He thought, "I see. In that case." Marin stood up and raised his hand high, saying, 50 gold. Dalia looked at him in amazement and asked, 50 gold? Didn't you only have 10 gold? Marin replied, "I offered 10 gold, but I never said that's all I had." He continued, "I never trusted that master from the start." The staff member asked, "Guest, are you really bidding 50 gold, the limit for non-humans?" Another guest turned to look at Marin and said, "He doesn't look rich. Is he the type to bid and then pay in installments?" The staff member raised his hand and replied, "I'm sorry, but our rule is that payment must be made immediately. You cannot bid with money you don't currently have." Marin walked forward and said clearly, "Is that so?" Dalia asked, "Hey Marin, what are you planning to do?" The staff member said in a panic, You're not allowed to come up here on your own." Haida said weakly, "Marin." She thought, "What are you planning?" Marin took the gold from his bag and threw it at the staff member, saying, "Is this good enough now?" The old man looked down from above, not believing his eyes, and said, "No way. How could those trashy C-rank adventurers? Does he really have 50 gold? How?" Haida's eyes widened. "I won the bid." Returning to the scene under the quiet night sky. At that moment, both the fox brother and fox sister ran over with their arms outstretched, calling, "Big sister." Haida hugged the two fox siblings and said, "I'm so glad you're both safe. It's really over now. We're finally completely free." Dalia crossed her arms and asked angrily, "This guy? You had that much money. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Marin replied nonchalantly, "No one asked." Dalia stood up and said cheerfully, all right. All's well that ends well." Haida's voice came from behind Marin. "Hey," she said shyly. "Thank you so much, Marin. You not only saved my sisters, but you saved me too. I don't know how I can ever repay you." At that moment, the fox brother and fox sister, under Haida, smelled something. The fox brother and fox sister ran over and hugged Marin's leg, saying, "It smells like meat. It smells so good." Marin asked the two siblings, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat." Haida asked, "Dan, what should I do now? I don't know how to repay Marin." Dalia replied, "Don't worry about it." She continued, "He probably helped because he likes having us as teammates. Just continue to be good teammates." Haida's eyes filled with hope. "I'll do my best." She continued, "By the way, I smell something delicious and rich coming from Marin's direction. What are you two eating?" Dalia turned and replied, "Eating? You mean?" She suddenly remembered and shouted, "Wait a minute. Don't tell me." "No." Dalia ran from behind and shouted, "Stop it, Marin." Marin turned his back and replied, "What's wrong?" The fox brother and fox sister started to put the food in their mouths. The fox brother cheered excitedly, "This is absolutely delicious." The fox sister also said happily, "I've never eaten anything this good before." Dalia shouted, "What the hell did you feed the children?" Haida also chimed in, "Huh? What's wrong?" Haida looked at the two foxes and said, "Oh, fried food. This should be fine. The kids have all their teeth. Besides, Beastman's digestion is among the best of all races." She continued, "Moreover, they're at a growing age, so they can chew and swallow anything except iron, steel, or monsters." Haida called out from behind Marin, "Wait a minute, Marin. What is this fried dish made of?" He replied coldly, "Harpy meat." She looked at the fox brother and fox sister and said, "How dare you feed my precious siblings that stuff?" Haida walked over angrily and snatched the food from the two children. "No, you can't eat this. This isn't good at all." The fox sister looked at her and asked, "Why not? It's delicious." "Oh, it's so good. I want more." Haida looked at them and replied, "You can't." The fox sister and brother both held out their hands and said, "Give me more. Give it here." She noticed something and was startled. Haida looked at a tray of food nearby and thought. She thought to herself, "All right, if I eat this and collapse, the kids will be scared and won't ask for it anymore." She raised it to her mouth and thought, "Even if I die, I don't want to eat something as disgusting as monster meat. But it's all for my dear siblings." She started to put it in her mouth. "Whether it's poisonous or not, I have to eat it and then collapse on the ground." Haida was suddenly surprised by something. Dalia screamed from behind, Hey, Emato. What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" She asked worriedly, "Don't tell me. You're poisoned like Marin was last time?" Haida thought to herself, "What?" She stood there stunned and continued to think, "How can this thing be so delicious?" The fox sister pulled on Haida's pants and said, "It's mean to eat all by yourself, big sister. I want some too." Haida looked at the plate of food and thought to herself, "This is the first time I've ever tasted meat so tender, chewy, rich, and flavorful. Is this really made from harpy meat?" Marin asked coldly from behind, "So, is it good?" Haida hugged the fox brother and fox sister and ran off, saying, "Good my ass. I won't forget this humiliation. You'll get what's coming to you." Dalia turned to look at Marin and asked, "Oh right. Dan, what is it this time?" Marin turned and replied, "From now until you've paid back the 70 gold, you have to give me 90% of your mission rewards." Dalia was startled and asked, "What? 90%? She shouted angrily, "You cold-blooded human. Do you want me to starve to death?" Marin replied, "If you can die from that, then go ahead and die," he said with a serious tone, "and the job is done. Now you pay me." The two of them started walking into the forest and talking to each other. "Do we really have to go all the way out into the forest at night for this?" Dalia walked ahead and said, "It's too crowded in the village. It's inconvenient. The environment isn't suitable for nature spirits." Marin walked behind and asked, "But how can you grant and attribute blessing?" Dalia turned and said, "It seems you know that's not something just anyone can do. First, take off that thick glove. For the blessing to soak in, you have to expose some skin." Marin took something out of his bag. As he took it out, he said, "Elves born in the forest are blessed by nature spirits at birth. The attribute of the spirit that blessed them also becomes their natural talent." Marin continued, "That spirit will accompany them throughout their lives as a guardian. And they can also ask that spirit to bless others. But even if the spirit is their own, they can only do it once in their lifetime. So they usually use it to exchange with their life partner, or to grant it to their children or a benefactor." Marin looked at the sky and said, "I didn't realize it was so precious. Is it okay for you to give it to me?" Dalia looked at him with a guilty expression and said, "Marin, you are my benefactor. You have twice helped me fulfill my lifelong wish of rescuing my people from humans." She began to gather energy and whispered, "Answer my summons." Marin was startled and looked at his surroundings. The wind suddenly picked up. He held out his hand and felt it, saying, "Even though I can't see it, this is the power of a spirit." Dalia gathered energy and recounted the old days. "In the past, humans kidnapped us not just for our beauty. They wanted to steal this blessing by promising to free us from our suffering. Most of my people endured torture with fortitude to keep their pride. But after the treaty, when the illegal slaves were freed, the suicide rate among elves skyrocketed." She continued, "The cause was always suicide." Marin sighed at that moment. Dalia looked at her arm and said, "We elves have a terrifyingly good memory. My relatives who returned after the treaty eventually returned to the world tree because they couldn't bear the horrific memories. I despise humans, the masterminds who ignored our era of suffering. If I could, I would kill them all." Dalia suddenly looked up at the sky and sighed. She blew the energy she had just gathered towards Marin. A card from the system appeared. "Witnessed by the spirits, you have gained compatibility with the wind attribute. Current natural attributes: fire, wind." Marin looked at his hand and thought to himself, "I really did get another natural attribute." Dalia continued coldly, "Don't misunderstand. I still hate humans as much as ever. Greedy, filthy, willing to do anything for personal gain." She looked at Marin and said, "Granting you a blessing doesn't mean I've forgiven you, a human." The next day at the Helen Guild, Dalia crossed her arms and looked at Marin. "You're here." Haida also cheerfully waved at Marin. "Hey Marin, over here." Dalia still spoke with an arrogant air. "Emato just found a babysitter for her siblings." Marin replied, "It took a while because we had to find another beast man. We can't just leave the kids with a human." Haida excitedly clenched her fist and replied, "Today is my first day as a free citizen, so I'm definitely going to work my hardest." She presented the mission paper and said, "And I also got a pretty good mission. Periodic extermination of mud dodos, level 20, in the Crystal Cave." Dalia started to smirk and replied, "Mud dodos, so we have to hunt those stinking mud clumps? But it's still safer than a C-rank mission." Marin held the mission paper and thought, "Mock, are they those slime-like moving mud clumps? Well, whatever. It's still a monster, so it's probably delicious." Dalia looked at Marin and shouted, "Is this guy planning to eat those mud clumps too?" Haida also said with a smug look, "The carriage is already waiting at the village gate. Let's go." Dalia walked ahead of everyone and said, "Have you looked up information on the other monsters in the Crystal Cave?" Haida replied, "Of course. I'll explain on the carriage. After this mission, I have to find a new place for my siblings to live. I can't let them stay at the inn forever." Dalia looked at the carriage in front of them and asked, "What's this?" She turned to Haida and asked, "Did you rent such a fancy carriage?" She turned and replied, "This isn't our carriage. I've only been a free citizen for a day. How could I have the money to rent such a nice carriage?" Haida stopped and asked, "Who are you people?" The old man's voice came from inside the carriage. "So you're here. Good thing I wasn't late." Haida suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and said, "Wait a minute, that annoying voice is." She looked at the old man and said, "My former master." Marin stepped forward and asked coldly, "The transaction is over. What are you still doing here?" The old man raised his hand with an arrogant expression and replied, "Well, after I sold her, I started to miss her. People often don't appreciate what they have until it's gone." The old man replied with a mysterious air, "So, I want to propose a deal." He continued, to Marin's astonishment, "Would you like to retransact the slave?" Dalia exploded in anger. "Retransact? That doesn't make any sense. The matter is settled. How can you be so shameless? Haida said from below. That long-eared one is an outsider. Please step aside. Emato, we've known each other for a long time. Don't look at me like that. Marin slowly stepped forward and said, my 2 bodyguards are both over level 80. If they get angry, it'll be hard for me to stop them. Haida said in alarm, 80? From a distance, the old man called out, Mr. Marin Glass. The old man held out his hand and said, I will offer 100 gold. Please sell that slave back to me. Marin snapped, no. The old man was stunned and thought to himself, is it too little? I don't think that slave is worth any more. Dalia shouted angrily, shut your filthy mouth. You vulgar human. The old man raised his hand to negotiate. How about 150 gold? Marin still replied coldly, still no. The old man continued, raising the price, 160 gold. Marin continued, no. Haida shouted angrily, even if you offered 100 million gold, Marin wouldn't sell me. The old man gritted his teeth in anger and said, for a beast man, 200 gold. You won't sell for 200 gold either. At that moment, Marin thought, I'm a little tempted. Dalia looked at Marin and shouted, what are you daydreaming about? Snap out of it. He smiled and replied, just kidding. Marin continued, the papers were torn up that day, and I also agreed to let her be free. She was never a slave to begin with. He stood before everyone and declared coldly, so there's no deal with you. If Emato causes any more trouble, I will stand up for her as a comrade. The old man shouted angrily, a bunch of beggars pretending to be comrades. The old man smirked and thought to himself, I was planning to resolve this peacefully with money, but I guess not. He said loudly, you think I'd give up the fun of playing with that beast man? As he was speaking, a wave of energy suddenly approached. If you're going to be stubborn, then you'll just have to cry. The old man was sent flying into the air by Haida's punch. I'm sick of listening to you. She shouted angrily. I'm not your slave anymore, you brat. Don't you dare be so insolent. The soldier was slowly drawing his sword when a voice came from behind him. You dare draw your sword? Marin said from behind, you'll die. The soldier thought to himself, what? Not even a hint of magic. How? The soldier was slammed to the ground by Marin, crying out in pain. The man charged forward, holding his weapon, and said, how reckless. Marin, while holding the soldier's head down, picked up a rock and threw it at the man, forcing him back. Suddenly, the man coughed up a lot of blood. The old man couldn't believe his eyes and said, no, impossible. They were both level 80. The soldier looked up at Marin and asked, you, what level are you? He slowly replied, around 95. Haida said in amazement, 95? He's that strong. Dalia smirked and replied, I knew he was strong, but I didn't expect this. Haida smiled sinisterly and patted the old man's head, saying, by the way, we're not done yet, are we? The old man said in fear, wait, hold on. The old man's terrified screams echoed. Dalia glanced over and said gently, Emato, we're going to be late for the carriage. Let's stop here. Haida also smiled triumphantly and turned, saying, I'm done with him too. She skipped away and said, you've got a hole in your stomach now. Let's not meet again. Dalia walked behind, muttering, filthy human. The old man thought to himself, you bastards. You'll regret treating an explorer like me this way. As soon as I escape and report this to the merchant guild. Marin walked up in front of the old man and said, hey, I've killed a few people recently, so it's hard for me to find a party. It's easier to destroy a merchant guild than to find a new party. It's really annoying. So don't bother me anymore. Marin stomped hard, terrifying the old man even more. He walked away with a cold expression and added, this is a warning. Know your place. Returning to the cave, everyone had already arrived. Dalia said in a panic, they're weak to fire. Get the torches out. Haida and Marin stood back to back, on guard. She thought she had done the right thing and asked, is that so? Hey, Dalia screamed in terror, stop. The torch burst into a huge flame. Flame infos. Dalia was furious. You bitch. Didn't you upgrade your skills? Haida scratched her head and replied, I was locked up for so long, I didn't have time to practice. Marin slowly mixed a bowl of sauce. Haida asked from a distance, Marin, is that thing edible? I haven't learned any healing spells, so if you pass out, you're dead. Dalia also looked over and said, the other things at least looked like food, but this. Marin slowly picked it up, sniffed it, and thought to himself, I thought it would have a smell, but I guess not. He continued to study it, thinking, then it must be like dirt. Marin slowly put it in his mouth and tasted it. This flavor. It's like chewing gum that's lost its flavor. Not all monsters are delicious. From behind Marin, the two said, just eat the leftover fried harpy. Marin, hey. Haida slowly walked over and said, thank you. I was busy taking care of my siblings then, so I didn't get to thank you properly. But thank you so much for saving my family. I'll work hard to pay back the debt. Marin replied coldly, you still have to raise your siblings. You don't need to pay me back. Haida hesitated and continued, but such a large amount of money. Dalia turned and asked, by the way, how did you get so much money? Don't tell me you did something dangerous like poaching. Haida was stunned and asked, huh? You really got the money that way? Marin slowly bowed his head and replied, no, it's not that. I sold something that belonged to an old comrade. Haida felt sad and her ears drooped. Marin continued, I kept it for a long time for personal reasons. I feel okay now, so I sold it. Haida clenched her fist and thought to herself, why would he sell something so precious? Even if I pay him back, I can't buy it back. Marin continued, despite her sadness, it's okay. He slowly lowered his hand and said, my current comrades are you guys. If you want to repay me, just continue adventuring with me. Haida sighed and replied, is that all? Marin continued, yeah. So from now on, I'm counting on your leadership, party leader. She stood up and replied with a sincere expression, I won't be sad anymore. From today on, I'll be a proper party leader. Haida turned and asked, by the way, did you also give Marin a blessing? I heard you were just adventuring partners, but have you known each other for a long time? Dalia slowly ate and said, not much longer than when I met you. To be precise, it was payment for a contract. Haida shot up and said, for someone you don't know? And why does Marin always wear a helmet? Marin thought to himself, I don't. He replied hesitantly, it's just a personal matter. Why do you ask? Haida slowly raised her hand and walked over, saying, what are you hiding in that helmet? It must be a big hunting trophy. Marin stammered, hey, don't be curious about a comrade's personal matters, Emato. Haida said cheerfully, a hunting trophy is like a medal for an explorer. It's fine. Dalia also chimed in, but Marin, you're too secretive. People are curious because they want to get closer to you. Open up a little. Marin sighed. Suddenly, he felt something beside him. Haida and Dalia also began to feel a murderous aura. Everyone saw the lizard and said, that's a cry. The lizard started to charge towards everyone. Haida jumped high and fought the lizard. She turned to look at the two of them and asked, is Marin okay? Dalia looked at him and thought, let me see, look up. Damn it. Marin thought angrily to himself, a crystal shard hit my eye. Marin held out his hand, looked at it, and said, my vision is fine. It's just a small scratch. It didn't go deep. What do you mean, not deep? You're bleeding that much and you say your eye isn't hurt. Haida said caringly from behind, hurry up and take off the helmet. Who cares if you're scared or whatever? We need to check the wound and treat it right away. She looked at Marin's eye and said, if your eye is injured, we have to go back to the temple immediately. Jesus said from behind Dalia, hey, a monster. Dalia also shouted, please spare me. I don't want to die. Dalia ran while Jesus stood there angrily with his sword. Run. Marin sat down against a cliff and said, don't touch me. Haida's eyes widened. She said, Marin. Dalia also held out her hand and said, you hate showing your face that much? Marin put his hands on his head, face down, and said, yeah. He seemed about to cry and said, don't look. No. Dalia gently reached out to him and said comfortingly, hey Marin, I understand you're shy, but a wound needs to be properly checked and treated. Marin took his hands away and started to say, I'm really fine. It's just a light scratch. It's normal. Dalia replied, but, you know my level. A cry is only level 30. It's not strong enough to seriously injure me. Marin continued, I'm really fine. Let's continue hunting. Dalia and Haida stood there, sighing as they looked at Marin. She continued, I understand. Don't push yourself. She also held out her hand and said, if you don't feel well, you have to tell us right away. The two of them said to Marin in unison, we're sorry for trying to pry into your business. He replied, I'm sorry too. I'm sorry for being too much for you too. From inside the castle, people's voices echoed out. Yes, the MOC extermination mission is complete. Everyone worked really hard. Marin stood up and asked, but, is something wrong? Haida replied with a worried expression, it's nothing. She suddenly asked, are you sure you don't need to go back to the temple? Dalia also raised her hand and said, let's rest early today. We need to rest and monitor Marin's condition. As they were talking, the girl from outside the palace door rushed in and said loudly, all right, let's go back to the inn today. Urgent, urgent, urgent. He stood up and asked, what's wrong? The girl, panting, replied, it's... The girl held up a piece of paper and said, a new dungeon has appeared in the border forest between Adrama and the capital. It's an open-type dungeon. Its name is... Marin thought to himself, Riyadh's Flower Garden. Riyadh. Dalia asked. A new dungeon suddenly appeared. Haida also asked with curiosity. There are many other groups. The guild can handle it. Let's go back to the inn. The girl asked in amazement. What? Haida also asked urgently. What is it? Are you sure you don't need to rest? Marin held his mask and said, yeah. Besides, I have an idea. In a forest under a clear blue sky, Jesus smiled at everyone and said, all summon groups, gather here. We will now begin the briefing on the dungeon conquest strategy. Everyone started to discuss animatedly. Hey, did you hear? The first person to discover that dungeon was defeated by the boss. He's in the hospital at the temple now. I heard there are 2 bosses. That makes sense. 2 Ryads in the forest. Marin thought to himself, a Ryad must be a plant-type monster. So, should I make a salad or something else? Haida leaned on Dalia's shoulder from behind and said, hey Dan, if Marin does that in a crowd like this, our group's reputation will be ruined. Dalia sighed and replied, if that happens, we'll just pretend we don't know him. Marin clenched his fist from behind and said, since you're a vegetarian, I haven't had a chance to cook for you. I'll make you a dish while we're at it, Dan. Dalia gritted her teeth and replied, I don't need that kind of attention. She continued, as we know, it has been confirmed that there are 2 boss individuals in this dungeon. He stood up and said, so the rumors were true? If so, our current numbers will be hard to deal with. Jesus raised his hand and said to everyone, but please don't worry. She placed her hand on her chest and said proudly, the first hero is me. A commissariat will be with you all. This campaign will be safe. Marin thought to himself, a hero? Dalia asked mockingly, you don't know what a hero is? You live in the forest and you know less than I do. She explained, hero is a general term for those who hold the title of reserve hero. To show respect, people drop the reserve and just call them hero. But some people are also afraid of their appearance. Dalia continued, the very existence of a hero is a prophecy of the rise of the Demon King, the Lord of all monsters. She continued to tell the story. When that time comes, the heroes who stand up against the Demon King will be our saviors. So they always receive special privileges from the nation or the guild. Their reputation is also very good. A system card with information appeared. Information, a commissariat, level 75, race, human, class, warrior, attack, 831, defense, 700, strength, 97, intelligence, 15, agility, 25, luck, 104, titles, intermediate knight, star of the war god, harpy nest breaker, reserve hero, conqueror of the triangle labyrinth, invader of the abandoned tomb, survivor of the Isola family trial. Dalia thought to herself, so many first conqueror titles. She continued to think, I remember seeing a hero before. What? You know one. Of course, there's more than one. Of the 5 heroes discovered, the second was assassinated, and the 4th was killed by a monster. Now there are only 3 left. Suddenly, Marin thought to himself. Everyone saw the bees flying towards them and screamed in terror. They're coming again. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Dalia raised her bow and shot at the bees. Haida also used her bare hands to punch the bees. Marin also charged forward with his sword. The young boy looked at everyone fighting the bees and said, "Those guys are pretty good." He also replied, "Yeah." The name Chaos made me feel uneasy. Haida's ears caught the sound of people's praise. She smiled smugly and said, "Our group's name is getting famous." Dalia said with a serious expression, "This is no time to be happy. Focus on the fight." She continued, "According to the plan, the hero and the B-rank group will defeat one boss each. Our mission is to deal with the surrounding monsters." Understood. Information about the demon flower appeared. Riyadh, level 58, attack, 388, defense, 332. Danny rubbed his arm and said, "Damn it. The reputation of the B-rank group is gone. We have to hold it off until the hero finishes off the other one." Jesus stood with her sword drawn in front of the demon flower. She started to charge at the demon flower with the speed of a blur, holding her flaming sword. At that moment, their eyes met and Jesus said, "It ends here." She flew past the demon flower with thousands of slashes and said confidently, "Done." Danny smiled and said, "As expected of a hero." She clapped her hands and praised. Taking down a boss of that level all by herself? It's truly amazing. Jesus smiled at everyone's praise. She looked at the remaining demon flower and said, "Only one more left." She called out on her radio, "Why is it so noisy? The monsters, do they have a sense of camaraderie?" Danny replied, "Who knows? When the hero gets here, it'll be over quickly." Another demon flower started to attack the three of them. Danny said in a panic, "What? What is this? These things?" She ran and shouted, "Help me." Marin started to think to himself, "Damn it. A boss with multiple lives? This dungeon, could it be?" He thought about the next monster and said, "We have to kill both bosses at the same time." He slowly realized, so we have to kill both Riyadhs at the same time. Monster, Mad Gardener. She gave up her remaining life in agony after losing her partner. From the Riyadh flowers, a desperate cry emerged. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Level 70. Attack, 444. Defense, 444. Dalia asked, "Marin, what the hell is that thing?" Marin warned, "Don't touch it. The boss has gone berserk. Everyone, retreat now." Jesus shouted, "Its level has risen to 70. With everyone's average level, we can't face it. I'll hold it off. Everyone, retreat now." The vines are still spreading. Someone cut them. The terrified screams continued to ring out. "It's critical over here too. Someone go support the other side," she thought. As expected, this is what happens with mediocre people. Before the guild ordered the assembly to conquer the new dungeon, a smart person like me had already gathered enough information about the boss from the bandit gang. The boss's location, number, and even the method of killing them, both at the same time. I only relayed part of the information. I didn't lie. It's their own foolishness for blindly trusting me and charging in. Jesus slowly approached, muttering, "Well then, a hero like me will finish this." "You bastard." A notification appeared. Afflicted with the Great Joint Curse. Cannot use skills or weapons for 10 minutes. What is this? A curse skill. A long vine wrapped around Jesus' leg, making her think in panic. Why didn't I hear that this boss had a curse skill? Since when did it? The demon flower used the vine to fling her body into the air, then dragged her across the dry, withered ground. Jesus tried to find a way to escape, thinking, "These stupid vines. I can just cut them." The demon flower continued to drag and attack her relentlessly. Jesus was unable to fight back, completely shocked. Everyone else fled in disarray, shouting, "Hey, the hero is down. Retreat immediately. The campaign has failed." Marin observed the situation and thought, "If we leave it like this, the damage will be severe." The demon flower continued to attack ferociously. Marin stood and thought, "I wonder how much I need to hold back." Then he drew his sword. Sword art, friction S. He pondered, "I'll just do it moderately." The demon flower, with a ferocious face, charged forward to attack. It roared a few times, baring its sharp teeth. Marin swung his sword, unleashing a series of continuous attacks. The leaves on the demon flower's body slowly fell off. Its body was cut in half by the sharp sword. Danny saw it and was stunned. No, impossible. He took down a level 70 boss in one hit. Marin stood there, stunned. Huh? I didn't mean to overdo it. But why? The system displayed, title acquired. Title, Garden Breaker has been received. Thoughts swirled in his head. This is like the first Conqueror titles that Hero had. A voice called out to Marin. Emato was overjoyed. They were all injured humans, so I left them all behind. But Marin, you were amazing. You wiped out this whole area. Dalia said sarcastically. Are you trying to show off your level? You made such a scene. Marin said calmly. No, I didn't mean to. From behind, a voice called out, Hey, hey. Tiho walked over and said, I almost died in that chaotic battle earlier. Thanks to you, I survived. I never thought a C-rank group would have someone so strong. He said shyly, everyone was chattering. Your group was the one that killed those monster wasps too, right? Thanks a lot. He took down the boss in one hit. He must have been buffed. Even the hero was defeated, but he's incredible. Marin could only listen and wave his hand dismissively. No, it was nothing. The whispers continued. Is that person the one who eats monsters? No, huh? That fratricide title? It's probably fine. He's not dangerous, is he? Emato and Dalia's eyes suddenly flashed with anger. Dalia shouted, Do you humans have a custom of repaying people's kindness with insults? Emato also roared. Look at you all, running away with your tails between your legs. Your legs are fine, but your mouths need a good punching. Get out of my sight before I rip off those droopy ears. Emato, get the salt. This is bad luck. Everyone rushed over to Heisu, asking, Hey, are you okay, hero? Take my hand. Can you stand up? Let me help you. Heisu was filled with resentment, thinking, one-shotting the boss. How did he do it? I couldn't even sense his level. What kind of trick did he use? He stole my first Conqueror title. That cheap C-rank traveler. Marin Glass, you won't forget today. A new day began on the small street. A shell was peeled off smoothly. Marin had tried very hard to separate the shell. He let out a long sigh and said, Finally got the kernel out. It's so smooth and shiny when it's whole, and the nut is as big as my fist. It's truly a rare variety. On the way back, I was lucky enough to encounter a plant monster. I wonder how delicious the nut of N is. Marin described the shelling process step by step. First, crack the hard outer shell. Then, use your hands to peel off the thin inner membrane. Done. The steps proceeded skillfully. Put the shelled nuts in boiling water and parboil them. Marin continued. Don't let them cook too much. Take them out midway. While the nuts are boiling, prepare another pot with water and sugar. Bring it to a high boil to make a sugar syrup. This should be enough. He slowly performed the subsequent steps. When the nuts are cooked, take them out and put them in the syrup. Stir evenly to let the syrup soak into the nuts. Marin was careful with each step. When it seems to have absorbed enough, cover it with a lid. The flavor will soak in as it cools, so it must be cooled completely. Let the nuts cool slowly in the pot. Repeat this process 3 times, and finally, Marin said excitedly, Marin Glass Chestnut, complete. This glossy sugar coating. I'm so satisfied with my own work. And each nut is the perfect size for a mouthful. The best. So then, what does a monster fruit taste like? He slowly put a small piece in his mouth. Immediately, Marin was in an indescribable state. His mind was filled with the explosion of flavor. The multi-layered sugar syrup perfectly preserved the rich sweetness of the nut. The nut was thoroughly soaked in syrup, soft, chewy, and springy. The taste was so good. I had to exclaim. It was like high-quality chocolate. I can't enjoy something this delicious alone. Dalia said in a panic. Visiting me so suddenly in the middle of the night? Is it another one of your monster dishes? Marin replied gently. It's a fruit, so even vegetarians can eat it. She said helplessly. It's not a matter of fruit or vegetarianism. I've told you so many times. Oh, fine. What about Emato? Emato frowned and refused. Emato doesn't like sweets. Besides, the kids are sleeping, so it's not convenient to give them sweets. She said reluctantly, Damn it. I'll eat it. I'll eat it. What's the big deal? I feel bad that you stayed up late to make this, so I'll just close my eyes and have a bite. Dalia braced herself, grimaced, and took a bite. She suddenly froze, her eyes wide. Dalia thought, is this really a monster fruit? It's so sweet, fragrant, and soft. And the fragrant, rich syrup combines perfectly with the chewy texture. Marin saw her expression and asked, Hey, is it good? Dalia said, Stunned, I'm just not used to sweet things, you human. She praised it. It's truly the pure taste of autumn. What's the name of this dish? He replied calmly, Marin glass. Dalia didn't forget to question him. Who names a dessert after themselves? Marin immediately explained, it's the other way around, actually. But whatever. But Dan, you really like sweets, don't you? She enjoyed it and said, is there a problem? My master taught me to control my desires. Back home, I rarely even got to eat sweet raspberries. He also asked, your master is strict, huh? Dalia expressed, yeah, it's because he's very serious. He's still on active duty as the captain of the forest patrol back home. Master Jose. Suddenly, Marin grabbed her hand, interrupting her. Dalia was confused and said, Marin? He also continued, pink hair, right? Uses a spear as a weapon? Water attribute. Dalia was surprised. Huh? What? How did you know, Dan? Marin made a request. Tomorrow, can you take me to your home forest? A fresh atmosphere in the central region of the continent. Slow footsteps walked through the forest. Marin suddenly stopped under a large leaf. The great forest of Israel. I once took a mission here with a close friend, a mage among my old comrades. He was an elf, but unlike his kind, he used a spear, which I'll never forget. I never thought he would be Dan's master, even though I asked Dan many times to confirm if it was the same person. But what if he doesn't remember me? Suddenly, Marin froze when he saw the back of a person. Jose turned around with a serious expression. She spoke, a human wearing a helmet. Tall like my kind, but with a slender build. I heard you wanted to see me very much, right? State your name, human. Marin stammered, Marin, no. It's me, Charlot. It's been a long time, Jose. Jose, upon hearing the answer, smirked contemptuously. She burst out laughing. Charlot, it's been a long time since I've heard that name. Have you been well? I don't know how long it's been. Marin thought to himself, thank goodness. She still remembers me. He slowly walked closer to her and said, it's good to see you're still healthy. Suddenly, a spear swung out violently. Jose's voice was stern. Then, now you will answer my question. What kind of person are you, to dare impersonate my past relationship and deceive me? Charlot? Yes, I did have a friend with that name. But that was over 100 years ago. How can a human live that long? If you really are Charlot, then tell me, what name did I call him by? Marin just stood there in silence for a long time. Jose spoke again. Are you really not considering our offer at all, Sir Charlot? The images from before, along with the gentle voice, replayed in his mind. The offer to join our party. It's rare to meet a strong shield knight like you. Marin had hastily refused. No need. But many pleas were made. Don't refuse so quickly. Let's just go together for a month and see. Koro still tried to persuade him. Wait a minute. If you agree to join us now, you'll have the chance to meet many other races. Are you still not interested? Jose was agitated. Huh? Are you trying to sell me out now? Marin asked. Does that party have an elf? He laughed awkwardly. Not our party, but she's a close friend of mine. Sir Charlot, you said you wanted to meet other races, right? You shameless mage. Koros introduced them. Jose, this is the shield knight, Charlot. Jose's expression was dismissive. Do all these outsiders go crazy when they see an elf? This guy doesn't seem very trustworthy. But Marin still shook her hand with a warm voice. Jose, I'm Charlot. Jose said curtly, Charlot, it's too fancy and long. It's inconvenient to say. From now on, I'll call you this. Marin's voice suddenly spoke, bringing everything back to the present. Latte. If the name is too long, just call me Latte for short. Jose was lost in thought for a long time. Is this guy really Charlot? His voice and build are very similar. But he doesn't look like an old man at all. Marin also said, the first time I met you, I was about 15. The mage friend of yours was the youngest member at the magic tower back then. Madeline liked everything except the food I cooked. The only thing, that terrified people. And the fan letters sent to you from the mercenaries were piled up like a mountain. Jose lowered her spear and said reluctantly, all right, that's enough. But her eyes, she still watched him closely. Jose pondered again. The atmosphere was heavy. His voice was soft, but his way of speaking was still old-fashioned. It was definitely the Charlot she remembered. But how could it be? She announced softly, I believe you are Charlot. Jose glanced at him and ordered sternly, follow me. There's something I need to confirm. A while later, They both entered a small house. Jose expressed sincerely, "I'm sorry I don't have anything to offer. This place is just for sleeping." Marin also replied politely, "It's fine. Do you live alone in a place like this?" She replied, "Yeah. It's more convenient for guard duty to be near the forest entrance." He thought to himself, "It's been 100 years, but she barely looks like she's aged." As expected of an elf. Jose saw his expression and asked, "But why don't you take off your helmet?" Marin bowed his head slightly and explained, "There are some special circumstances." Jose took his hand and asked, "Then can I see your hand? It's strange. You haven't aged at all. While I, an elf, flow with the river of time, you, a human, have managed to stop time. Who knows, maybe my best friend Karas is also alive and hasn't aged like you." Marin's voice was choked with emotion. "No, he's dead. I'm the only one in the group who's still alive." Jose also continued, "That's right. It's been 100 years. How could those people still be alive? To be honest, I always thought you were all dead." I ended my short adventure and returned to the forest to put down roots. The only source of news was my correspondence with Karas, but one day he stopped replying. I thought he was busy, so I waited. But it was 20 years before I heard any news about everyone. Your Romania party vanished, as if into thin air. Back then, it wasn't uncommon for a whole mercenary group to go missing. But for a skilled group like yours to suddenly disappear caused quite a stir. At first, I didn't believe it and waited for news. But too much time passed to hold on to hope. So now, to be honest, I'm more surprised than happy. Charlot, how did you live for 100 years without aging? Marin softly called out, "Jose, the first and last time we were in the same platoon. Do you remember the rare item I received? I got it by defeating the Spider Queen, Regina Aria. The skill book, Arachnophobia." She frowned and said, "Yeah, I remember it clearly. Because I was the only one in the group with the appraisal skill." Marin clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. "It was all because of that. The reason I'm still alive today. It's also what killed my comrades." A late afternoon in a small forest. A horde of monsters charged out from deep within the forest. But with just a few arrows, the horde was wounded. Karas was panicked. "Damn it. I came here to hunt goblins, but what the hell are these monsters?" May was also shocked. "How the hell should I know? Get your magic ready, quickly." Ket stood there calmly and said, "Calm down. They're not strong enough to threaten us. Charlot, hold them off for a bit for me." The monsters kept charging at Marin as if they wanted to eat him alive. May raised her bow and said, "All right, just hold the line." A beam of light shone down from above. "Glorant." Ket glanced over and called out, "Karas." He stared intently and replied, "I'm ready over here too." A large fire blazed from the opposite side as he called out, "Mola's ex nida." Ket observed every detail and asked, "Charlot, have you ever seen a goblin like this before?" Marin replied softly, "Never." May was angry. Flaming heads. The client said they were just normal goblins, but they're all grotesque monsters. A deep voice also rang out, "We'll have to ask for a bonus for this." "Well, I guess it's our lucky day." He said sternly again, "This isn't a simple situation. These goblins are completely different from the information we received. Don't go any deeper. Let's take a sample and go back first." A bewitching voice suddenly came from behind. You're all a bit too much. I spent so much effort creating them, and you destroy them so mercilessly?" May said, bewildered. "Hey, who are you? This area is off limits for a mission." The voice only said, "Charlot." Everyone was in a ready stance. Ket quickly warned, "Something's not right. Prepare for the worst. We are an officially commissioned exploration team. This is a sealed-off forest. Please verify your identity." The dragon cut him off. "So it's time for humans to appear? I forgot your sense of time is different from Sauter's. But, do you think you can just destroy the creations I worked so hard to make while I was away?" May frowned and said, "Creations? You mean the deformed goblins that have been appearing recently?" Damien was also panicked. "Damn it. This is beyond our authority." It clutched its chest and said, "I am performing a sacred ritual. And you humans dare to disturb my ritual?" Everyone was stunned and exclaimed, "What is that? Scales, not hair. Is there any race with an appearance like that?" Marin thought to himself, "Something's not right." The information panel appeared. Analyzing. Level unknown. Race dragon. Attack unknown. Defense unknown. It was shocked. What? A dragon? Suddenly, an attack sent the ground flying. A patch of ground suddenly shattered into pieces. Marin fell straight down into the deep earth as panicked voices called out. Charlot. Charlot. The dragon threatened. You humans dare to spy on me? Good. I will use you as sacrifices for my noble ritual. Ket coordinated everything. All units engage. Damien, protect Charlot. It pretended to cover its face in remorse. I was a bit hasty and rude. Even as lowly creatures, you have the right to know who you're dying to. I bear the title of Long, the Golden Dragon. One of the wisest golden dragons, the pinnacle of wisdom. Kara's was also panicked. A dragon. May urged, focus. Don't take your eyes off it. We don't know what it's going to do. She thought. Even Charlot was taken down in one hit. It's definitely a real dragon. We have to run. Use magic to blind it first. However, the dragon realized the plan and acted. It seems you are a human mage. How arrogant. A voice called out, Caw. May raised her bow in anger. You monster. You bastard. But the dragon only needed to raise a finger to defeat her. Ket was anxious with his thoughts. I can't see. I can't hear anything. Is this the power of a dragon? Ket strained his eyes, thinking. At this rate, the whole team will be wiped out. What should I do? He thought. Luckily, they're both still breathing. If Damien can cast a mass healing spell in time, everyone will survive. But we need to buy time. We have to keep its attention. Ket roared. What is a dragon doing in this forest? What do you want? The dragon's lips curled into a smile. What I want? Only one thing. That is, the resurrection of the great demon king. As one who understands all things, I, the wise golden dragon, have realized a truth. To purify the world, humanity must be completely annihilated. But there was one who shared my vision and went before me. The one who once sacrificed himself to fight against humanity, the great demon king. I am preparing the sacred ritual for his resurrection. In the process, my heart has completely become his. When he returns, I will become his partner, and he will belong to me. That's right. I am a golden dragon in love. Now, I am Sanvat, a dragon driven mad by love. Damien cursed under his breath. Damn it. She's completely lost her mind. But thanks to that long monologue, I have more time. The mass healing spell is almost complete. I'll activate the magic and get everyone out of here. It stepped forward and said, I'm busy preparing for that glorious day. I don't have time to play with you lot. Damien was instantly defeated as someone screamed his name. Damien, it continued. You think I didn't know about that pathetic little trick? Ket seized the opportunity to attack from behind. The dragon pointed its sharp finger downwards. Instantly, Ket also fell into the abyss. The dragon laughed smugly and said, You die like insects. I will disassemble your limbs to create new creatures. Marin was wounded but still worried about everyone. Fighting it head-on is suicide. At this rate, the whole team will be wiped out. But if I use that skill, I can buy some time to escape. He clung tightly to the grass around him. Marin kept muttering to himself, Arachnophobia. The system displayed, Assimilation effect activated. Assimilation effect has been neutralized. In his confusion, a bloody arm fell off as a thought crossed his mind. What is this? What happened? Why is everyone? On the ground, only skulls remained. Marin, in a strange form, stood frozen. He was in the form of a spider with long, terrifying legs. Confusion filled the air. What in the world is this? Marin stood before a notification panel that had just appeared. The system displayed, You have received the title Fratricide. In his thoughts, Marin stood silently. So, I killed all these people. A bloody, ownerless arm lay discarded on the ground. A notification panel appeared. Aura of the Holy Saint's Staff. Rare. Effect, Strength plus 12. A solid gold ornament blessed by the Pontiff. The Emerald Purification Stone can remove one type of abnormal status from the person who touches it. Once per hour. He thought in shock. A status-removing accessory. He suddenly realized in his heart. Wait a minute. So does that mean? A notification appeared. Arachnophobia. Master. Transformation. Active. A secret art that allows the use of the power of Arachne, an ancient spider monster. Shed your weak original skin and don the shell of the Queen of Arts. Effect. All stats explode. Can use the special skill Assimilation. Mind is invaded by monster instincts during transformation. Marin suddenly thought, Assimilation. Ah, right. This debuff appeared earlier. Is that why I lost my mind? Luckily, this bracelet removed the assimilation, so I came to my senses. I still managed to realize what was happening. That's really lucky. The information panel appeared again. Swordsman's corpse. Race, human. Class, Holy Knight. Level, 88. Defense, 780. Titles, High-ranking Knight, Conqueror of the Golden Mountains, Master of the Guardian, Reserve Hero. Marin stood in thought. A hero? What is this title? Did I kill humanity's hope? He turned to look, thinking, where are my comrades? We were clearly fighting the evil dragon just now. His eyes widened as he saw something. The bodies and weapons were still on the ground. Marin observed everything from above. He recounted the story, but the terrible feelings still lingered in his heart. When I woke up, 100 years had already passed. Friends like Carlos, my comrades. How many more? I don't know how many people I've killed. To this day, I still can't confess my century-old crime to anyone. Jose sensed his pain and asked, You've been through a lot, haven't you? You risked your life using a mysterious skill to protect your comrades against a dragon. It was just unfortunate that things got out of control. No one has the right to blame someone who gave their all to protect others like you did. Marin said sadly, I'm sorry. We haven't seen each other in so long, and all I talk about are heavy things. She also said, It's all right. At least, I understand why you're still alive. Marin repeated her question. You asked earlier why I don't take off my helmet, right? He gathered all his confidence to tell her. During those 100 years of darkness, everyone who saw my face called me a monster. Gradually, I came to believe that my face had become deformed. It's been a long time since I dared to look at myself in the mirror. After I came to my senses, I dispelled the skill. I even thought about going to the holy temple to try and get purified. But I still didn't dare to check myself for fear of revealing my face. Latte, have you told Dan, my disciple, about this? He immediately replied, No. If she saw this hideous face, I'm afraid all the relationships around me would fall apart. She advised, I think you should show your comrades your face first, instead of tormenting yourself like this. He was surprised. Jose also advised with all her heart, what you're afraid of isn't your face, but other people's reactions. If you're accepted by your comrades, you'll naturally dare to face yourself. Marin was still anxious. But I don't really trust them yet. Jose placed her hand gently on his in encouragement. They're your comrades, after all. You'll learn to trust them eventually, just like we do now. Marin lifted his head slightly and said, I'll try. She breathed a sigh of relief. That's good enough. By the way, what's this Marin name that Dan mentioned? Marin replied, It's the name of a monster dish. Jose was surprised. What? The images from before appeared again. Hey, adventurer. What's your name? Marin had once replied, Marin. I changed my name because I was afraid of being wanted. Jose's expression was dismissive. You're being too paranoid. How have you been living since you woke up? He immediately recounted. Since the mercenary group disbanded, I became a hunter. Then I met Dan and Emato, the Beastman. We became comrades. Is Dan good at archery now? She was so stubborn as a child. When I taught her the stance, she would just say, This is my master's style, and wouldn't listen. 100 years has made you smile more, huh? You used to be so cold and grumpy. She looked away. Everyone changes over time. Even you, Latte. A moment later, she said goodbye. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me. I'll visit another time. Yeah. Marin also said politely, Don't wait another 20 years to come back next time. Jose said goodbye. Good luck, and stay safe, Charlot. Ah, no. Marin. She thought to herself, Charlot, you say you don't trust your comrades, but maybe they trust you more than anyone else. It all depends on your heart. He thought, will there ever be a day when I can let Dan and Emato see this face? Will the years wear a person down? Can I change? Night fell. A small light was turned on in the house. Emato was furious. That damn hero. He's so annoying. Marin walked in. I just got back. What's all this about? She was annoyed. Ah, Marin. You're back. He announced. I brought back some roasted chestnuts today. Dalia was panicked. Those chestnuts from last time again. Marin was curious. But what happened? Emato jumped up. Marin, you listen too. This morning, I went to the guild's request board, and that damn hero. He stole the exact mission I was going to take. Not only that, he also falsely accused me of violating the rules. When I pulled out the evidence, he said. Jesus' image and voice echoed in Haida's head. Oh, I'm sorry. I was a little mistaken. I'm a hero, you know. There's no way I would do that on purpose. It drove her crazy. That's a human for you. I already hated them, and now they're petty and despicable too. So annoying. Why doesn't he go back to the capital and stop harassing us? Dalia let out a long sigh. He's just using childish tricks. Marin, I think he's also spreading a rumor that you don't have a nose. Emato still shouted. What a childish game. What kind of hero is he? I heard he's teased a lot of people like this before. Marin pondered. It seems we've caught the attention of that abnormal guy. She suggested. A hero who goes around teasing people like that? Marin, maybe we should capture him. Marin glanced over and saw. That kid just ran past with the chestnuts. He saw two figures snatching the chestnuts and Haida's frantic voice. No, kids. Run quick. Run. But the two of them kept enjoying them. So sweet. Delicious. Sweeter than corn. Emato pushed them out. Hey, don't eat that like that. Spit it out. But they were still stubborn. No way. It's good. Dalia closed her eyes in frustration and said, forget it. He won't be here forever. Just be patient. If all heroes are this persistent. Marin spoke up. Hey Dan, tell me about the heroes who died. She was bewildered. You mean the fourth hero who was killed by a monster? He replied, no. The second hero who was assassinated. Could it have been the first hero? A narrow-minded guy like him is capable of anything. Dalia shook her head vigorously. No. He's petty, but not enough to do something that big. You can tell from his childish revenge tactics. He was very curious. So who killed him? The first hero died because of a mistake in a dungeon. But he looks so strong. Dalia continued. Hero, it's not official information, but there's a rumor like this. Marin heard it and became even more curious. A rumor? Dalia stammered. The one who killed the second hero was an image of tragedy in that room. She bravely said it. The third hero. Dalia confirmed. The one suspected of killing the second hero is the third hero. Marin was shocked. A hero killed a fellow hero? She continued to explain the whole story. Everyone thought it was absurd, so it just remained a rumor. But people's suspicions weren't without reason. On the day the second hero died, a giant bolt of lightning struck the capital. But strangely, the sky was clear that day, not a cloud in sight. So it could only have been an artificial lightning bolt. At the same time, the third hero was known as a master of lightning. But his personality was completely opposite to his power. He was a madman. If anyone disagreed with him, he would burn them alive with lightning. Even though he was a hero, everyone avoided him. He was probably the only hero feared by the people. The court announced that the second hero died in battle against assassins targeting nobles. But the people all believed it was the third hero's doing. There was a rumor that anyone who dared to accuse him would be met with his merciless revenge. Emato suddenly shouted, I've never seen a decent hero. If I see that first hero again, I'll pull out all his hair. Dalia tried to stop her. Stop it. He's a hero after all. If we actively provoke him, we'll be punished at a national level. Marin was still lost in his own thoughts. Yeah, but, he asked, that hero has a lot of first conqueror titles, right? The information was also clear. Acomas, level 75, race, human, class, warrior, attack, 831, defense, 700, strength, 97, intelligence, 15, agility, 25, luck, 104, titles. Intermediate knight, star of the war god, harpy nest breaker, reserve hero, conqueror of the Zet labyrinth, invader of the abandoned tomb, conqueror of Isola. He seemed confused. He thinks I stole his title? Emato was also surprised. A first conqueror title? Dalia continued her report. There's a rumor that the condition to become a hero is to possess a first conqueror title. All previous heroes had this title. She was still not over her anger. So that bastard hates the appearance of new hero candidates and wants to monopolize all the first conqueror titles. Dalia agreed. That makes sense. Marin, He thinks you stole the Riyadh's garden title, so he's causing trouble? He's targeting our whole party because you're a comrade, right? Marin suddenly thought. So what if the number of hero candidates increases? Isn't that a good thing? He spoke up. Is the hero title that great? A helpless voice rang out. How should I know? Emato turned and scolded. I told you to stop. Marin was still lost in a silent space. He remembered Jose's words. One day, you will trust them, just like we do now. Of course, no secret lasts forever. The time will come when the truth is revealed. But even if this hideous face is a monster's, will they still treat me as they do now? This question is too difficult to answer. I don't know, Jose. A desolate place with only an eerie green light. Emato was stunned. The information appeared again. Mutated slime. Monster, level 39. Can transform parts of its body into sharp spikes and attack people with incredible elasticity to hunt prey. Dalia immediately drew her bow. I thought slimes were just like mud dosts, but I didn't expect a mutation. Emato, don't look down on it. It's hard to aim. Marin charged forward, using a skill in his mind. Enchant, flame. Flames surrounded him. Marin thought. This is completely different from the slimes we've known. Could this be a sign of the Demon King's revival? If so, then sooner or later, we'll have to face that evil dragon again. What if we're cornered like last time? Emato and Dan are weaker than my old comrades in Romania. Yeah, if that happens again, I'll... But it seemed he was wrong. Terrified screams rang out. Get out of the way, you idiot. Dalia glanced over and signaled. Emato. Now, Emato had a determined look. If you don't want to get burned, get out of the way yourself. The flames blazed fiercely with a sound. Plasma infos. Emato had a strange look in her eyes and asked, Is anyone hurt? Dalia was frantic with worry. Your mind was somewhere else in the dungeon. Were you planning to eat the slime again? Marin calmly replied, No, it's not that. He suddenly froze, realizing something. Marin spoke up. Dan, your hand. She said calmly, It's nothing. I probably just got scratched earlier. Marin suddenly thought. Because of me. He muttered. Why did you do that? Dalia was bewildered. Do what? What are you suddenly talking about? Marin stood there and said sternly. There's no way you could have gotten hurt in a dungeon of this level. Besides, I'm supposed to be the shield at the front of the group. So why did you, an archer? Dalia asked bluntly. You're not so stupid that you don't understand, are you? Marin turned his face away. Then why? It's just. She sighed and said, I acted on instinct. Even though you're a human, you're still my comrade first and foremost. Emato cheered. Dan, you're not being honest at all. Dalia immediately shouted, Be quiet. Shut up. Clean up the battlefield. The footsteps quickly moved away. Emato was curious. Marin, ever since he met your master, he's been acting strange. Dalia also noticed the abnormality. He even apologized in the dungeon earlier without arguing back once. Marin suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry for letting you get hurt. Let's focus now. Emato still hadn't stopped trying to find out. What did he talk about with your master to make him like this? I don't know, Dalia said in frustration. How can I just ask about his personal business? Emato boldly called out. Hey, Marin. What is it? Dalia interrupted. Wait. That sound. There's a monster nearby. Marin quickly drew his sword. A chaotic battle was taking place nearby. The injured fall back. The rest, hold your positions. Damn it. Why is there such a strong monster here? Hyun panted. Reinforcements still haven't arrived. At this rate, the carriage will. A monster in a terrifying form threatened everyone. The injured soldier lay on the ground, begging for help. Help me. But it still brought its grotesque face close. Its sharp, black-flamed teeth were bared. Everyone was stunned. What is that? Dalia distracted it from behind. Over here, you idiot. Emato coordinated perfectly, launching an attack. The flames blazed, shattering the black flame. You're finished. But it wasn't that easy. It gathered the small pieces into a form larger than before. Marin suddenly rushed forward and destroyed it in an instant. The soldier expressed, Thank you. You are. His thoughts, killing such a strong monster so easily. He continued to express his gratitude. Thank you so much. The dwarf walked over and said, I was very worried when the soldiers were in danger. Thanks to you, we survived. He suddenly realized, a dwarf? Emato also spoke up. Marin, you came to help too? Dalia also said, you usually only save children, right? Marin wondered, that's the question I should be asking. Why did you two save a human? It might still be dangerous. Please don't go out. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Insolent. Do you know whose path you are blocking? They all knelt down and apologized. No, I didn't know you were here. I didn't know. Greetings, Lady Nom. So you are my benefactors. Heron was stunned, not knowing what was happening. What's wrong with you two? Who is that person anyway? Dalia and Emato turned and shouted. Watch your mouth, human. Don't you know? This lady is. That deep voice replied. It's all right. Living in different regions, how can one understand everything? She introduced herself. I am the daughter of the dwarf kingdom of Tatacha, the master of gold, Ochayura Glob. Darkness enveloped the entire small town. The stars twinkled in the sky. Dalia panted, exhausted. I thought they were dwarves, but I didn't expect Princess Nom herself to be here. Marin was curious. Who is this Nom person anyway? A sharp shout rang out. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? She is the princess of the dwarf kingdom. So you knew from the beginning that she wasn't human? Of course. Just by looking at her bone structure, I could tell she was different. Dalia sighed and continued to explain. Besides, do you think I would go and save a human? Marin's thoughts. No wonder they charged in without hesitation. I was a fool to hope their hatred for humans had lessened. He wondered, Amma, where's Emato? She replied. As the party leader, she went to the guild to report the situation. Marin thought to himself, it involves Princess Nom, so the guild can't just ignore it. From giving a statement to reporting the incident, she must be having a hard time. So she's really an important person? To me, she just looks like a normal kid. Dalia's face darkened. She shouted, How dare you? How dare you speak about Princess Nom like that? The dwarf laughed loudly. I know that in the eyes of humans, we just look like children, so you don't pay us any mind. But Princess Ochayura Glob is a full-fledged adult. She's married and even has children. Marin was quite disappointed. She already has a family? He continued calmly. Anyway, thank you all again. Thanks to your team, things didn't get worse. If the guards had been injured, she would have been worried sick, so I'm truly relieved. Ah yes, sorry to keep you all waiting. Naga entered, her voice calm. The incident confirmation procedure is complete. You may all leave now. Nom said cheerfully. My benefactors who saved me, please tell me your names. Dalia seemed scared, trembling. Dan, Marin player. I understand. I will never forget the names of those who saved my life. She continued. The carriage is waiting outside. Princess Nom, if you please. Yes, let's go. Goodbye, my benefactors. Small red things would suit you all very well. Small red things. Dalia finally spoke up. Where's Emato? Naga replied. We saw Princess Nom off first as a special favor. There are still many things to verify, so it will take some time. I guess we have no choice. Let's wait for Emato. Night fell on the small town. Dalia paced back and forth anxiously. Emato is taking too long. Marin added. Maybe something happened. Suddenly, his empty stomach rumbled. Speaking of which, we haven't had dinner yet. She seemed panicked. What are you going to pull out this time? He took out a bowl of mixed vegetables. What is that? A salad? This is the first time I've seen you eat only vegetables. Want some? She turned her head away sharply. No thanks. You probably made it from a monster anyway, right? But it looks like it's all vegetables. It's not a monster, is it? In that case, I'll have some. She used a fork to take a small piece of vegetable, then put it in her mouth. Her thoughts. There's no way he would put something weird in a salad, right? What is this? It's really good. The fresh, crisp vegetables combine perfectly with the light, tangy flavor. I especially like how you used oil instead of dressing. This is the best salad I've had since I left the forest. It's rare to see you make something so wonderful. But what is this soft thing? That is. Marin's answer made her drop her fork in shock. Slime. Dalia trembled. Slime? I didn't have enough ingredients to make it. I was going to cover it with chestnut syrup like a pudding, but now it's bad. So I chose the simplest way, which is to make a salad. Oh, and most of the vegetables are normal ones I bought at the market, so don't worry. Dalia's face darkened. Most means there are still other things mixed in, right? He continued. I caught a few Pinot Pinu in the Riyadh dungeon, dried them, ground them into a powder, and mixed it in. It has a spicy flavor, so it's good as a seasoning, right? If you add too much, it'll be very spicy, so it's also convenient for other dishes. She angrily grabbed his collar. You made me eat something made from a monster again? What? Slime? Pino. You just said it was delicious. Why are you complaining now? That's because I didn't expect you to use those monsters. Slime is almost like an animal. What's the big deal? I've told you so many times. It's not about being vegetarian or not. You human. Emato walked in, exhausted. So boring. Why are you two being so loud so late at night? Emato, you're so late. Did something happen? Reports, paperwork, so many procedures. I'm exhausted. Nia, you should be grateful that Emato handled all that. Anyway, I have something important to tell you guys. Miha suddenly, what's so serious? I, Emato Kitless Toroki, am officially promoted to a B-rank adventurer as of today. Nia, what? Hellion suddenly spoke up. So, you are the chaos team that saved the dwarf princess? Hellion Haysalim, vice president of the guild. And the kid in the middle is Emato? She stammered, why yes, sir. This is your B-rank certificate. Keep it safe so you don't lose it. I expect you all to continue to achieve great things. She was excited and cheered. I'm finally B-rank. And just one more step to A rank. Nia, Dalia chimed in. Wait until I catch up before you get cocky. It's not too late. Dan, by the time you get here, I might already be A rank. Nia, he continued. Do you guys know the criteria for team rank evaluation? It's not time to celebrate yet. Nia, the criteria for team rank evaluation. He explained. In an official team with members of different ranks, the team is ranked according to the member with the lowest rank. Even though you've reached B rank, the other two are still C rank. So the whole team remains C rank. Dalia was curious. So we have to rank up quickly to become a B rank team? When we reach B rank, we'll advance to A rank right away. And Marin spoke up. I have a question. He scowled. What a pain. What is it now? The dragon that attacked a drama 85 years ago. Do you have any information about the golden dragon? That was before I was born, so I don't know. But I've heard many stories about how terrifying that event was, so I know a little bit. Dalia and Emato listened intently. Dadaji would know more. She's the longest-serving employee at this guild. Dadaji spoke up. I'll lead the way. Follow me. Thank you very much. Haysalim sat in his room, deep in thought. He repeated Marin's name over and over. Marin player. A strong person like him suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And he's looking for the golden dragon, too. I need to keep an eye on this. Marin asked curiously, why are you investigating the golden dragon? The girl replied cheerfully, I was the one who system locked the case file. So what do you want to know? The mad dragon. No, the golden dragon's current whereabouts. After the attack on a drama, is there any information about where the golden dragon went? Whereabouts? You mean whether it was destroyed or not? At that time, the dragon was believed to have been defeated by the adventurers. Marin froze. His thoughts. It was already destroyed. Marin clenched his fists, trembling. He thought to himself, impossible, that mad dragon died a long time ago? Then what about my revenge? What have I been living for all these years? Dadaji spoke up, but it seems that information is not accurate. Marin was curious. What do you mean? The girl continued. In the record, it says it was destroyed. But that was probably just recorded based on the situation at the time. During the pursuit back then, a large amount of fire magic was cast on the dragon. But when the flames died down, it had vanished without a trace. So there was no body? That's right. As if it never existed. And since there were no more attacks after that, the guild decided to record it as, the dragon has been defeated. Marin's thoughts. Human magic can't burn a dragon to ashes. In other words, his face darkened. That mad dragon is definitely still alive somewhere. Is there anywhere I can find more information? Information? Perhaps the Thieves Guild could help you investigate. But there are no Thieves Guilds in a drama right now. The closest large guild is forgotten. They only have one branch, so they won't be moving anywhere. A spark of hope ignited in Marin's heart. Forgotten. Daisy explained. It's a home for adventurers in the middle of a desolate wilderness. However, because the monster level in the West is quite high, the guild also restricts entry. You can't even accept missions in the West unless you're at least B rank. Thank you for letting me know. If you have no other questions, then I'll be on my way. A place so dangerous that the guild has to control entry? If I can get to the west, I might be able to find information about the Mad Dragon. To do that, I first have to get to B rank. A few days later, at the Hectalum Guild Hall, Dalia, Emato, and Marin walked in, their faces filled with anger. People started whispering. That group is here again. This is the 3rd time today. I heard they took on nearly 10 missions just last week. Thanks to them, the market is flooded with orc and harpy products, causing prices to skyrocket. How can they do so much in such a short time without resting? She said irritably. Please check the mission items. Nia. Yes, please wait a moment. Dalia sighed. Marin's eating habits are more exhausting than taking on back-to-back missions. I agree. Just yesterday, he tried to eat 10 different types of slimes and got hit with all sorts of status ailments. And he still ate them while they were still wriggling. Marin's thoughts. As expected, slime salad is still the best. Dalia continued. Not only is he not remorseful, but he seems to be thinking about eating more monsters. Emato, why don't you learn the skill to remove status ailments quickly? It seems necessary. Nia. The manager said cheerfully. Thank you for waiting. The confirmation of all mission items is complete. Everyone did a great job. Emato summoned a system panel. Then, this is the promotion application for 2 members of the group and the team rank up application. Nia. Dalia exclaimed, you were really fast this time. She said cheerfully, I prepared it in advance to submit as soon as we got back from the dungeon. Did you know? The festival is about to start. Mia. She was curious. The festival that's held every summer? That's right. Nia. It'll be lively for 2 whole weeks. My goodness, an annual event? Why do they put in so much effort? Perfect. I was planning to take a break for a while anyway. We've been running around without a break lately. How about we relax at the festival? Dalia agreed. I agree. We only get weekends off now. Marin thought to himself. The Sun Festival. So much time has passed, and they still maintain it. He felt sad as he remembered the past. If I'm not mistaken, a long time ago, I also used to stroll around and watch the festival. The staff member spoke up. The members of the Chaos team have been confirmed. Nia. Could it be? Ngao and Marin player. You have both met the conditions for promotion. You can now be promoted. There's just one final procedure. Oh my, what great news. A person stepped forward, his voice excited. It sounds like I'm about to be surpassed. It was Jesus. He was cheerful, but I still can't contain my excitement. She was angry. That guy? Why is he here again? Dalia scowled. What do you want this time? Haven't you had enough? You want to fight? He continued. Fight? I just stopped by to acknowledge everyone's achievements. One day, you'll reach A rank like me. Marin looked away. His thoughts. It's best not to interact with a madman. He continued to probe. By the way, since you're B rank now, isn't it time you showed your face to everyone? I've been curious for a long time. A strong individual who appeared so suddenly, as if falling from the sky. And yet, no one knows what you look like. Jesus' face darkened. How deceitful. From B rank onwards, you're practically a key force in the guild. If you can't show your face, how can anyone trust you? Dalia shouted angrily. Don't be ridiculous. Why are you suddenly demanding to see his face? It has nothing to do with anything. She continued. Are you still obsessed with Marin's face? Jesus laughed it off. Did I say something wrong? Why are you two reacting so strongly? Emato warned. Don't touch my comrade's face. And Emato, what is it? Come to think of it, has anyone ever seen his face? No. It's strange. Eating monsters is already weird. The staff member chimed in. I'm sorry to interrupt while everyone is talking, but what the hero said makes sense. D. Cornea. Therefore, we need to record your appearance and identifying features when you register. So there's no other way? Dalia puffed out her chest and guaranteed. Even if I, an elf, guarantee his identity, it's still not allowed? The staff member interrupted. Even if you say that, rules are rules. Then he turned to Marin and said, if it's too difficult to make it public, you can just show us, the receptionists. What do you mean? Jesus teased. Is the Helen Guild planning to officially hide the face of a dangerous person? If he's a dangerous individual with an unknown identity, don't the adventurers have the right to know his face to ensure their safety? That's right. That guy in the helmet. There's a rumor that he used to only target law-abiding groups to kill. Just because he's quiet and not taking missions doesn't mean his criminal record has disappeared. Now that you mention it, that's really scary. Dalia gritted her teeth in anger. Her thoughts, that bastard. He's trying to stir up panic among the people. He continued to provoke. If there's no reason to hide your identity, then there's no reason not to show your face. Right. Emato turned to advise Marin. Marin, don't listen to that scoundrel. Mia, we'll find a way to prove your identity at all costs. Suddenly, Marin turned sharply, pushing her hand away. The two were worried. Marin, are you okay? Hey, Marin. Hot tears from Marin fell onto the cold tile floor. No. He tried desperately to hold back his tears. Don't. Looking at the trembling Marin, Emato was worried. Marin, what's wrong? Dalia added. Your reaction is too suspicious. Jesus had a mocking smile. It's come to this, and you still don't want to show your face? I'll request the Reporters Guild to investigate you. Let's see how you got that fratricide title. You might even be a dangerous criminal. Marin suddenly bolted out the door, to everyone's shock. Wait, Marin, Emato roared at Jesus. You damn human. You dare insult my comrade? Say one more word, and I'll cut off your head right now. Jesus laughed maniacally. Hey, for people like you who hate humans, your actions aren't any better. Her eyes darkened. She was about to attack, but was stopped by Dalia. Dalia, don't stop me. That's enough, Emato. Too many people are staring at us. Dalia continued. Our team will be in trouble if you attack an adventurer. You're the team leader, so don't forget the team's goal. She was irritated. But Dan, this damn human did that to our comrade. She sighed. I know. But not now. Marin hid behind the door, trembling. Comrades are more important. He continued to run faster. His thoughts, why am I running so fast? I know I'll cause trouble for my comrades if I run away, but he didn't know how long he had been running, and his legs were tired. Marin trembled, tears of frustration welling up. Under the dim night sky, he said to himself, I have to get out of here. He walked silently to a pile of rubble, changed his clothes, and returned to a drama. Then he quietly changed. What is this? Is there something on my forehead? Could it be? Thinking this, he put on the mask. Does my face still look like a monster's? Even if all the members of the team are B rank, if the application isn't approved, our team can't rank up. But if I show my face to everyone, he thought of the scornful and critical words people would say to him. So he's a monster. Are you kidding? What kind of face is that? How dare a monster enter the Adventurers Guild? Is he a monster in disguise? Get him. Call the guards. He thought of the horrified faces of Dalia and Emato when they saw his face. If that happens, I can't go back to the team. I have to go. Suddenly, a voice called out, Someone's calling you, Marin Glazer. Dalia rushed after him, panting, and then threatened, If you run again, I'll shoot a tracking arrow into your leg. Let's talk for a bit. Night fell. In a house, Dalia and Emato looked at him with angry eyes. Marin just sat there, head bowed, saying nothing. Dalia broke the awkward silence. I don't blame you for running away. I'm sorry, but how long are you going to avoid this situation? Aren't you going to tell us why you won't let anyone see your face? Emato added, At least tell us the reason. Otherwise, we won't be able to find a solution. Tell us. Marin trembled and said, A long time ago, I was involved in an incident. Because of that, I received the fratricide title. Before that incident happened, I had never killed anyone. But since that incident, I feel like my face has been deformed, like a monster's. Since then, I've thought that anyone who sees my face will react that way. Like a hideous monster. That's why I'm afraid of interacting with anyone, including you guys. If anyone finds out my face is like a monster's, it will cause trouble for you, my teammates. You're aiming for A rank, right? I don't want to ruin your goal. Dalia interrupted him. Wait a minute, Marin. What are you talking about? Before things get worse, it's best for you to find a new member. She shot up and slammed the table. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean, a new member? Why are you deciding things on your own? Dalia also exclaimed. So all this time, you've considered us unimportant? We even accepted your human origins. He remained calm. Maybe you think you don't care what I look like. But once you see this hideous face, you'll change your minds. The two of them looked at each other, confused. Dalia slumped into her chair. Being a human is already ugly enough. So I don't care what your face looks like. Emato placed her hand on her arm. Dalia is right. Eating monster meat is already crazy. Even if you're ugly, it's not a big deal. We don't even care that you're human. Whether you're a hideous monster or something else under that helmet, we'll still be in the same team with you. Here I go again. It's always like this. Even though I've been betrayed and deceived by sweet words before, I still want to trust again. Then can you promise? You won't run away or scream when you see my face. Dalia's voice was determined. I swear on my honor, I won't do that. She continued, me too. I swear on the names of my sisters. Marin trembled as he raised his hand to his mask. Then, he slowly took off his mask. His face left Dalia and Emato stunned, with a hint of shock. On a beautiful day, the bright sun shone down on the house. People were whispering. Have you heard? The adventurer who ran away yesterday is going to show his face. Is he really a wanted criminal? The elf and beast man in his group are famous for hating humans. So it's very possible he's not human either. Are you stupid? He has the fratricide title, so he's definitely human. Jesus sighed. All right, that's enough. Everyone, be quiet. Who knows? He might just be an innocent person. Everyone praised him in unison. If the hero says so, then it must be true. He smiled triumphantly. His thoughts, you fool. His race doesn't matter. What matters is that he's a murderer with a criminal record. He must have a reason for hiding his face and running away. If I can steer public opinion, he'll be ostracized and forced to leave. I'll make sure he can't come back to this guild. Hellion spoke up. They're blowing things out of proportion. You'd be better off spending that energy on completing your missions. Naga asked worriedly. But will it be okay if we ignore Marin's personal issues? The Chaos team is full of promising adventurers. They're a team with great potential. Even though there are rumors about his past, their teamwork is excellent. He tapped the table lightly. If that bond is broken, if he really can't show his face, that's fine too. Do you know why people choose to be adventurers instead of mercenaries? Because adventurers have something called trust. Thanks to that, they're treated as living shields in wars or large-scale dungeons. Unlike mercenaries, even though their combat abilities are inferior, they are more versatile than adventurers, taking on everything from investigation to hunting. Their crime rate is also lower. So it's no wonder that many mercenaries switched to being adventurers. And the Salim Guild grew by taking advantage of this. I don't like that hero either, but the fratricide title, the habit of eating monster meat, and the identity of a strong, unknown person, there are too many reasons why I can't intervene to stop that arrogant hero. I can't lose the guild's credibility just to recruit a promising individual like Marin. She exclaimed, they're here. The Chaos team has arrived. People whispered among themselves. How dare they show up so brazenly without any shame? If they were going to come here openly, why did they run away yesterday? The staff member asked Marin worriedly. Are you okay? You ran away before. Why are you appearing in front of a crowd now? Marin just remained silent, head bowed, saying nothing. A hand was placed on his shoulder. Don't worry, Marin. Dalia spoke up to comfort Marin. We told you yesterday that it was fine. Please trust us. He said softly. All right. He trembled as he raised his hand to his mask. White hair fell from inside the mask. With a crash, a glass cup fell to the floor, shattering. Everyone gasped in astonishment. They were speechless. What? Jesus, who had been sneering a moment before. Everyone, even if his face is very terrible, it's rude to react like that in front of him. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock. Behind the mask was Marin's handsome face. Impossible. Under that helmet, there's a face like that. He's human, right? It's a face no one has ever seen before. Where did he really come from? Is he really a man? He's more beautiful than most of the women here. Emato was calm. It's normal. Everyone's overreacting. Dalia added, did you forget about last night? Remembering last night, when Marin took off his mask. He was shy? I'm sorry. Both Dalia and Emato were frozen. It must look really scary, right? I'm sorry for letting you see such a horrible face. She walked over and snatched the mask. Then she threw it forward forcefully. Marin was very confused. Emato. She trembled and spoke. She turned back, her eyes sharp as she looked at him. If you dare to deceive people by hiding behind that mask again, I'll smash your damn head in. Marin touched his face. Is it that horrible? Nia, what? Horrible? You call a face like this horrible? You bastard. Dalia quickly stepped in to stop her. Emato, I know you're angry right now, but please calm down. With a face like that, how could you think you look like a monster? Marin explained. I'm often distracted by memories of that event. My memories are so chaotic that I can't even remember what my face looked like back then. I'm often distracted by memories of that event. So my memories are chaotic to the point that even if I try to look in the mirror, that terrifying obsession makes me afraid to look at my own appearance. His thoughts. What if someone recognizes me? What if I get a summons back to the royal palace? Back in the present, Dalia and Emato were scolding the people who were teasing Marin. Hey kid, what are you staring at? If you're done looking, then get lost. How rude. How dare you compare our comrade to commoners? A typical reaction from the human race that I despise. Just wanted to take a peek. What's the big deal? So stingy. What do you think, Mr. Hero? Where's the hero? He was just here a moment ago. In a deserted alley, Jesus angrily punched the wall. You dare look down on me, a hero? A person walked over and shouted. What the hell are you doing? Are you so insolent as to destroy a wall like that? From your clothes, you look pretty well off. Hey, hand over all your money. In one move, Jesus killed the person on the spot. Why was he covering his face so completely with a helmet? Even though he was shunned for the fratricide title, he gritted his teeth. Ah, so that's it. This was a trap he set for me from the beginning. After stealing my first Conqueror title, now he wants to destroy my status and reputation as a hero? You worthless scum. From behind, a person in black appeared. Mr. Hero, are you finished? He turned back and smiled calmly. Let's return to the capital immediately. And remember to take care of that thing. Just some madman who dared to swing a sword at me, a hero. Understood. We'll prepare the carriage as soon as we're done cleaning up. Well, I've figured out your dark scheme. You want to steal my glorious and perfect reputation, don't you? I'll show you what it means to go against a hero. You will definitely regret it, Marin Laser. At the New Sun Festival, a traditional festival in a drama that takes place when the seasons change to spring. The lively music and passionate dancing under the bright golden sun. It's also famous for its countless delicious drama specialties, the most prosperous commercial center in the region. Cheers, Emato exclaimed excitedly. We've worked hard for so long. Now we have to eat and drink to our heart's content. Dalia was confused when she saw Marin staring at the food without saying anything. By the way, why do you have that look on your face? She was curious. Is it because everyone was treating him like a mannequin in a clothing store earlier? This outfit suits you very well. Try it on. What if you pair it with this jacket? Forcing someone to change clothes continuously for 3 hours without a break is too much. Dan, you look like you're possessed. It's scary. Marin glanced at the bags of clothes behind him. I don't need this many clothes. Dalia was annoyed. What? You think I'd let you keep wearing those ragged clothes? With that face, you have a duty to dress more presentably. She sighed. I completely agree, Marin. You should dress decently. Marin's cheeks turned red. His thoughts. Why does it feel like I'm the one in the wrong? Come to think of it. How long has it been since I took off my helmet and walked around town? Everyone praised him in unison when they looked at Marin. That person is so handsome. Where? Let me see. She continued. It's a festival, after all. You have to take this opportunity to learn some fashion sense from Dan. She shouted when she saw Marin take out his mask. Hey, why are you covering your face? Take it off right now. The milk sake is delicious. Dalia added. It took so much effort to finish your makeup. Now you're hiding it. I'm too shy. He's used to wearing that rusty helmet for so long. So he needs time to get used to it. Dalia comforted Marin. You'll get used to it. Don't worry. Hey, with that face, you can be proud to stand before anyone. The song's lyrics rang out. Drunk Uncle Lucky drank beer and fell asleep. His nose was red, his beard was shaggy. Drunk. Uncle Lucky drank beer and fell asleep. Uncle Lucky drank beer and fell asleep. The little girl in my dream, dance with me. He remembered the old days. Sister had once asked him, Marin, why are you just standing there watching and not dancing? He replied, I don't know how to dance. Then Sister held out her hand to him. It's okay. The nun's face was kind as she smiled at him. Festivals are for everyone to have fun. You don't have to be good. Just let yourself go with the music. Come on, let's dance. The nun pulled him to play with the children, while Old Man Lucky drank some beer and dozed off. His nose was bright red as he snored drunkenly. She asked curiously, "Marin, what are those people doing?" He replied, "It looks like a folk song, and they're dancing to the melody." "Dancing, huh? Looks like fun. Hey, let's give it a try." Dalia sighed. "Why do we have to imitate humans? Only you know how, Marin. Teach us." "I'm not a good dancer." "It doesn't matter. Festivals are for everyone to have fun, right? I don't know how it is in Adra, but that's how it is in my hometown." Marin felt a sense of familiarity hearing those words. "Hurry up. The music is about to end." "Wait, don't pull me." Emato knocked Marin's mask off. "If you want to dance, you have to take this off." The children turned to look at him, their smiles bright. "That guy is so handsome. Come dance with us. You're so good-looking." A century-long void I never realized I had is now slowly being filled. I wonder what delicious food I should try tomorrow. Everyone chimed in. "Hey, Marin, that guy dancing over there is really handsome, isn't he?" "Marin, your dancing is so clumsy. I told you I can't dance." The Chaos crew, as chaotic as ever. Dadaji hurried over. "So this is where you all were. I've been looking everywhere. We're taking a break from our mission to rest." Dadaji praised him endlessly. "Oh my, Marin, I never expected you to look so good in casual clothes, not just armor." Marin shyly covered his face. Dalia was exasperated. "Asterisk, she's already seen you. What's the point of hiding now? Asterisk. It's not urgent, but I have something to give you all." "What is it?" "Actually, there's a special mission just for your group." "A special mission?" A mysterious space appeared. A hand was silently washing a foot. The woman sitting in the middle seemed powerful. She whispered something, and the other person exclaimed, "Very well." The man spoke up. "My beautiful lady, I have found the location and even a portrait of the person you requested." The lady smiled happily. "Oh my, that was efficient. Bring it here, let me see." A gem was brought forward. The girl gently touched it, and Marin's face immediately appeared. "I've finally found him." "Excellent. Reward the one who provided this information as promised. And prepare a carriage and a magnificent dress for me. I will go there myself. To the place where he is. The northern continent. A highland region where treacherous mountain ranges stretched endlessly. But even in this barren land, people lived. The wooden carriage wheels came to a stop. A voice called out, "We've arrived. Please disembark." The passengers slowly stepped down. Marin and his companions looked ahead and wondered, "So this is it? The mining village of Tick." Emato's small ears suddenly picked up a sound. Then, both she and Dalia grimaced, clutching their heads. "It's so loud. What is this deafening sound of metal? My ears are about to go deaf." Emato glanced towards a forge glowing with red fire. Forges were burning everywhere, filling the air with black smoke and dust. "It's hard to breathe." Dalia was curious. "It's a mining village, so why are there so many blacksmiths?" The two were getting a headache from the noise. "We just finished the festival, and now we have to work on the northern continent. I wanted to rest a little longer." "Who is it, anyway? Who would send a personal request right after we reached B rank?" Marin, however, was silently reading the paper in his hand. Asterisk, a personal request is a system reserved for high-ranking nobles. The Golden Workshop, Morgan. I've never heard of them. Are they rich enough to make a personal request? Asterisk. Besides, after our promotion, we've just been resting. We're not famous or anything. Don't tell me they're going to make some unreasonable demand. He led the way to a location, looking up. According to the map, it should be here. The large house exuded a mysterious aura. Emato raised her hand and knocked on the wooden door a few times. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" "We're the Chaos crew." But the resounding noise from the forges drowned her out. There was no response. She started to lose her patience. "Should I knock harder so they can hear me?" Dalia quickly stopped her. "Don't. Who's going to pay for it if you break the door?" Emato struggled. "How are we supposed to call them with all this noise?" Dalia tried to reason with her. "Just keep knocking. Someone will surely open up eventually. Or maybe we should just open the door and walk in." Suddenly, Marin noticed a small square panel next to the door. It looks just like a doorbell." He reached out and pressed the blue, diamond-shaped gem in the center. Emato was stunned. "Marin, what did you just do?" He pointed at the panel and replied, "There was a button next to the door, so I tried pressing it." Just then, the door opened. "Who is it?" An old dwarf appeared. "It's..." He looked at them and said, A beastkin and humans. You must be the chaos crew, right? We've been expecting you. Please, come inside. After inviting the three inside, the dwarf told them, please wait here. She will be out shortly. Emato bowed her head, coughing awkwardly. To be honest, that thing was unnecessarily complicated. We almost broke it. Suddenly, a voice replied, this technology hasn't been commercialized yet. I apologize for the inconvenience. Glom walked out with a soot-stained face. Thank you for answering my summons, you good people. Seeing her, they couldn't help but be astonished. Is that Lady Glom? Dalia and Emato quickly knelt. Lady Glom, why would you summon people like us? We are deeply honored. We will work with all our hearts. Glom waved her hand and laughed. I told you there's no need for such formalities. Please, sit comfortably and let's talk. A moment later, a pot of hot tea was brought out. Glom took a slow sip of tea. Emato then asked carefully, Lady Glom, for what reason did you call us here? She spoke seriously and clearly. I called you to ask for your help in gathering materials to craft a weapon. While researching, I discovered that Healan allows for direct requests here. That's when I learned about personal requests. And among the groups I could designate, I saw a familiar name, so I called you right away. Hearing this, Emato and Dalia were suddenly moved to tears. Lady Glom, you remembered our names. I, Dalia, am truly and deeply honored. Marin was dumbfounded. Are they really that moved? He also asked about the situation directly. By the way, Lady Glom, didn't you return to your homeland the other day? Why are you in a human village? Her voice lowered as she explained, I want to learn an important technique. As you know, we dwarves have dedicated our entire lives to studying the art of smithing. Thanks to that, we possess weapon technology that other nations cannot match. But because we focused so much on that, other techniques were neglected and gradually declined. With the Demon King approaching, the storms are growing stronger. Yet, my people back home are only obsessed with making weapons, while our quality of life hasn't improved at all. This cannot be called true development. But recently, I discovered a wonderful technique in the human kingdom. A technique so incredibly important that even we dwarves must admire it. Dalia immediately asked, what is it? Dwarves are at the pinnacle of technology, yet you have to learn from humans. Nom rested her chin on her hands, looking mysterious. That is, when she revealed the answer, her expression was dead serious. Cooking. Seeing their three faces pale in shock, Nom continued, I was truly amazed when I tasted human food. From cooking utensils to every method of preparing ingredients, humans have developed incredible techniques. Our culinary techniques have declined to the point of near extinction, overshadowed by our forging skills. Craftsmen think that as long as they're good with a hammer, food doesn't matter. She clenched her fists. So I've made a decision. Nom declared with absolute determination. Unless I fully learn these cooking techniques to satisfy myself, I will not return to my homeland. If you're willing, please tell me more about your culinary culture as well. After finishing her speech, she softened her tone. Now then, enough about my personal matters. Marin lowered his head, looking gloomy. A second later, his attitude suddenly took a sharp turn, becoming bright and cheerful. Before finishing, Nom instructed, listen carefully to the details and keep my request in mind. Emato quickly replied, yes, understood. The scene shifted to the dark cave dungeon. Emato complained, it's pitch black. I told you we should have brought a lantern. Dalia reminded her, Emato, light it up. She raised her arm, and instantly, a blinding light appeared. Light, golden orbs floated around her. That's enough to see clearly. Dalia read the list of items to find. What we need is a special white mineral speckled with red, and the femur of a monster that spawns in this dungeon. Emato peeked inside. There are no minerals or monsters around here. Dalia replied, according to the map, we need to go a bit deeper. It should be around here. Marin, wearing his iron helmet, pondered, I wonder what kind of monster would taste good? What kind of food do dwarves hate? If this is about saving the declining culinary culture of the dwarves, maybe they won't be as picky about monster meat as humans are. As long as it looks appetizing, it should be fine. The two girls glanced at him muttering, Marin, he's only thinking about shoving that into their mouths. If we let Lady Nom eat that, our heads will roll. They both shared the same thought. We have to stop him from bringing monster meat back at all costs. Emato thought to herself, first, I need to distract him. Suddenly, she pointed in a direction and cheered. There's some mineral over there. Dalia observed it carefully. This color isn't the one we're looking for. It seems what we need isn't here. Emato suggested, let's go a little deeper inside. Suddenly, Dalia's sharp senses caught an unexpected noise. Wait, what's that sound? Emato grew tense. Something's approaching. Where? Suddenly, a chunk of dirt fell on her. The wall. Dalia shouted, Emato. A moment later, when things settled down, she rushed over to help Emato up. Are you okay? Emato stammered, I am fine. But more importantly, look over there. Dalia followed Amato's gaze and gasped. That's... Before them stood a massive, imposing monster. A catoblepas. A level 40 catoblepas appeared, looking incredibly ferocious. It let out a deafening roar and charged forward. Marin calmly analyzed the situation. Its level isn't that high. So many adventurers tend to underestimate it. But the real danger is that single eye on its head. If you accidentally meet the gaze of that eye head-on, your body will instantly turn to stone. Dalia hid behind a rock and called out, Ready, Marin? Let's stick to the plan. You hold it down, and we'll attack. Immediately after, he closed his eyes. Penetrate. The catoblepas will be easy to take down if we neutralize that eye. Just destroy it, and we'll both be safe. Suddenly, a razor-sharp horn lunged straight at Marin. He was sent flying by the catoblepas' strike. Emato and Dalia cried out in panic. Marin, are you okay? Marin decisively reached out and grabbed one of its horns, his feet digging hard into the ground. His whole body trembled as he held back the catoblepas. Seeing this, Emato and Dalia quickly reacted. Now's our chance. Let's charge in. Just hold on a little longer. Marin leaned back slightly. Suddenly, he used all his strength to smash his iron-helmeted head straight into its eye gem. The other two twitched, the corners of their mouths spasming. Hey, leave the rest to us. Marin, that's enough. The catoblepas let out an agonizing howl and spewed a mouthful of green liquid. The liquid splashed onto Marin's helmet. The helmet fell off, but he merely sighed a little. My iron helmet. It's broken. Emato reached out and picked up the helmet. She turned her head and smiled at him. That's a good thing. Now you have an excuse to throw that clunky piece of iron away. Marin tilted his head slightly and mumbled, but I feel really insecure without my helmet. In that split second, Emato was completely captivated by that face. She frantically clutched her head and groaned. Looking at that face, I feel incredibly guilty, like I've done something terribly wrong. Dalia. Then Emato turned and asked, Dalia, do you feel normal looking at a face like that? She mumbled, well. Thinking back to when he took down the monster all by himself, Dalia said, no matter what his face looks like, he's still the same person inside. Even if he's ridiculously handsome, this is still a bit much. Emato nodded in agreement. Yeah, true. She glanced at Marin, thinking to herself, who would have thought a guy with a face like that would eat monsters? Meanwhile, he was still inspecting the catoblepas' body parts. I'll prepare enough for a meal right now and store the rest. Its charge was pretty powerful, so the hind legs must be prime meat. Very quickly, the massive body was butchered into a huge slab of meat. Dalia and Emato were still in shock. Why do you keep shoving weirder and weirder things into your mouth? It even smells dangerous. Are you seriously going to eat that? Marin poured some liquid over the meat. Catoblepa's blood is highly toxic. I'll sprinkle antidote on the meat to detoxify it, then cut it into bite-sized pieces. Raw catoblepa's meat. Looks pretty sketchy on the outside. He picked up a piece and stared at it intently. But it's softer and moister than I expected. I thought the hind legs would be as tough as harpy meat. Dalia quickly reminded him. Hey Marin, did you forget that catoblepa's blood is extremely poisonous? He calmly replied. It's fine, I already soaked it in antidote. Emato expressed her disgust, antidote or not. It doesn't look like something meant to be eaten at all. Marin didn't pay them any mind and popped a piece into his mouth. Who knows, maybe it's as sweet as fruit. As soon as he tasted it, he couldn't help but be surprised. Marin was immersed in the aftertaste. It tastes exactly like beef, but the texture is like fish. There's even marbling between the meat fibers. It's like freshly caught salmon. He didn't expect this new experience to be so amazing. It melts right on the tip of my tongue without even needing to chew much. I can't believe it's this tender. With meat like this, making a steak would be incredible. Seeing his expression, Emato was slightly swayed. This is too dangerous. It looks delicious, but still, it's not something we should eat. Dalia quickly warned her. Don't be fooled, Emato. Don't fall for that face. She looked at his satisfied expression. With a face like that, anything he eats would look delicious. Dalia shivered. The power of good looks is truly terrifying. Marin was about to cut some more. I'll grill the rest. A monster with meat like fish? How strange. Suddenly, his face turned pale. Blood trickled from the corner of Marin's mouth. You have been poisoned. Seeing him collapse, Emato rushed over. I knew it. While detoxifying him, she scolded. You goddamn idiot. Don't you ever learn your lesson? Marin's whole body trembled. So the toxicity is so strong that normal antidotes don't even work. Suddenly, he looked up and saw an information panel. The text on it read, New skill, pain resistance, passive. Reduces sensitivity to pain and increases endurance. Effect, has a certain probability to resist pain and reduces the chance of fainting from it. Pain resistance. After feeling better, Marin turned to her and said, Thanks, Emato. More importantly, I just got this skill. Emato was surprised. Pain resistance. Dalia sighed helplessly and explained, That skill is already in the guild's records. Everyone has it. To get it, you just need to perform enough acts of self-harm that cause real pain to yourself. Hearing this, he was stunned. So my entire habit of eating monsters counts as self-harm. Emato clenched her fists. You're only surprised now. Do you have any idea who I had to learn detox magic for? Dalia quickly changed the subject. If you're fine, get up. Let's get back to hunting for ore. Later, the three of them returned to the house. We're back. You guys are back early. Put your stuff here. It was the same dwarf who greeted them. Lady Nom is busy with important matters. Please wait a moment. Emato sat with her legs crossed. The mission ended too quickly. But ugh, there was nothing fun about it. So boring. While feeling bored, she suddenly smelled something. Hey, we still haven't eaten. This smell is... Looking at the plate of golden fried chicken on the table, they exclaimed in shock. Is that crispy fried harpy? Dalia sternly lectured him. Are you crazy? How dare you bring such an ominous thing into Lady Nom's workshop? Marin calmly replied. Well, like Emato said, we haven't eaten anything, so we're starving. Emato was also hungry, so she tried hard to defend him. Well, Lady Nom did say she'd be gone for a while. As long as she doesn't find out, it's fine. Let's eat quickly before we get caught. Seeing him hold up a piece, she started drooling profusely. Marin pushed the plate of chicken in front of Emato. Want some? She was craving it, but still played hard to get. If you insist, I'll reluctantly accept. Taking just one bite, Emato was in absolute bliss. So delicious. The fried batter melts right in my mouth. The seasoning is rich, the meat is sweet, tender, and perfectly chewy. It's irresistible. Dalia trembled with anger. Emato, you traitor. She flinched and made excuses. I had no choice. We have to finish it all before Lady Nom gets back. Speak of the devil, she appeared. Ahem. What exactly are you planning to finish before I return? Seeing the plate of chicken, Nom immediately asked, Was I gone so long that you got hungry? What dish is that? The two of them instantly stammered. Lady Nom. It's in nothing at all. Of course, she didn't believe them. Or perhaps, you cooked that dish yourselves? Emato quickly denied it. No, not at all. How could I dare eat something so horrifying? But Nom wouldn't let it go. She held out her hand. Now I'm even more curious. Give me a piece of that to try. Emato and Dalia froze stiff. She spoke with anticipation. Is that human culinary culture? I can't wait any longer. Emato and Dalia hastily rejected Nom's request. Lady Nom, you absolutely cannot eat that disgusting thing. Please, we beg you, take back your order. For your noble palate to taste something so vulgar is just. Her demeanor instantly darkened. How insolent. Children of the sun and the world tree, do you think you can stand in the way of my desires? The two of them trembled for a moment. That's not it. We wouldn't dare defy you, Lady Nom. Ignoring their protests, Nom reached out and took a piece of chicken. She decisively popped it into her mouth. Immediately after, Gnome's eyes widened in shock. She showered the dish with high praise. Crispy on the outside, warm and tender on the inside. With every bite, savory juices burst out and fill my mouth, along with the natural sweetness of the meat. And then, the richness of the fat blends perfectly with the seasoning. This flavor far surpasses even my dinner with the Count. Marin was quite surprised inwardly. A dwarven royal, someone who must have tasted every delicacy in the world, is praising monster cuisine this much? Gnome asked curiously. It's not like I haven't been treated by nobles before. So what animal is this meat from? Perhaps goose wings? Suckling pig liver? Like the ones humans raise. She was determined to know. Tell me now, what meat is this? Emato stammered. That's. Gnome's voice turned stern. I said tell me right now. Where did you find such a delicacy? Finally, she struggled to squeeze out every word. Harpy meat. Gnome questioned her. Harpy? Among the birds humans raise, is there a breed called harpy? Emato tremblingly explained. No. This is the meat of the harpy bird monster. The one with a human face. Upon hearing this, Gnome fell into a dead silence. Harpy meat. The guards behind her wanted to charge forward. Lady Gnome has been so gracious to you, they shouted angrily. Yet you dare feed her something so disgusting. This insolence is unforgivable. Medics, examine Lady Gnome immediately. She might be poisoned. Marin raised his hand and stated, I removed all the toxins during preparation, so it should be perfectly safe. The two dwarves interrogated him. Are you the one who cooked that abomination? We'll escort you to the capital for execution. Suddenly, Gnome raised her hand to signal them. He's right, I'm fine. Lower your weapons. They tried to stop me, but I ate it of my own free will. It's not their fault. Therefore, I will pardon them. But to think this dish was made from harpy meat. It astounds me. Even knowing the ingredients, I cannot deny its exquisite flavor. Gnome asked curiously, are all other monsters this delicious when prepared this way? Marin answered honestly, no, there are many types that are inedible. They aren't all as tasty as harpies. She rested her chin on her hand, seriously considering it. The fact that preparation methods can make monster meat taste better than livestock. This is truly worth researching. We must start by classifying edible monsters and determining which ones can be detoxified. Suddenly, Gnome remembered something important. Come to think of it, I heard your weapons broke while completing my request. He replied, yes. Then, she declared, not only did you deliver the items I requested flawlessly, but you also let me taste a rare delicacy. As a special favor, I will personally forge new weapons for all of you. As soon as she finished speaking, both Emato and Dalia were utterly shocked. What? Lady Gnome herself? Unbelievable. This is too great an honor. But she added a condition to be met. From now on, I want you to teach me absolutely everything about monster cuisine. Hearing this, the two of them turned to look at Marin with tense eyes. Then, he calmly accepted. As you command, Lady Gnome. The scene shifted to the guild house. Daisy happily announced, request confirmed. Congratulations on completing the mission. Emato and Dalia were incredibly excited. Lady Gnome herself is going to forge our equipment. This isn't a dream, is it? In my 116 years as an elf, to receive such an honor now. She turned her head and sighed, looking at Marin. About that, a drop of green potion fell onto a slab of meat. He explained while working intently. Lady Gnome is also interested in monster cuisine, right? That's why I'm researching it. Dalia choked on her words. But still, she yelled loudly. Don't bring that disgusting thing out in public. Marin replied. But I need to test the antidote ratio right now. Daisy remembered something. Mr. Gazer, I have news regarding your previous request. There are only a few requests left from the Western continent. Are you interested? He wondered. But didn't you say earlier that the West is a restricted area? Can a newly promoted rank B party go there? She replied, of course. Daisy explained. Actually, Lady Gnome was very pleased when your party completed the mission. She even wrote a letter of recommendation for the Chaos Party. Thanks to that, your party's reputation with the guild has skyrocketed. So finally, we can investigate the Mad Dragon. Marin carefully asked for details. Do we have to decide right now? She chuckled softly. These requests are first come, first served, so the sooner the better. Hearing that, he glanced over at Emato and Dalia. But I haven't heard Dalia and Emato's opinions yet. Marin walked over and asked them, Dalia, Emato, what do you think about the dragon I'm looking for? I heard there's a guild in the west that has information on it. He wanted to make things clear. If you both agree, I'd like to head west. Marin was interrupted. Why do you even have to ask? It turned out Emato and Dalia didn't think it was as big a deal as he thought. You don't need to be so cautious about every little thing. It's related to the goal you mentioned before, right? Besides, taking high-rank requests will help us level up faster too. Finally, Emato cheered and declared, then it's settled. Our next request is in the west. Marin softly replied, thank you, Dalia, Emato. Daisy pulled out the roster. All right, I'll register the Chaos Party for the request in the Western continent. Dalia nudged him gently. Hey, look over there. They looked toward the gathering crowd. What's going on? The guild entrance is so noisy. Someone looked through the window. What is that? That's... Down on the street, a line of carriages was passing by. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. So many servants. Is some noble visiting? A woman stepped down from the carriage. Finally, we're here. The place that holds my new treasure, Bonita di Medoa. Her appearance made everyone even more curious. Could it be the great Count di Medoa family? Her territory is among the top 5 wealthiest on the continent. Why is she here? Naga hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully. Countess, what brings you here so suddenly? If you tell us, we will prepare a seat and handle it immediately. But Bonita only threw back a cold, sharp glare. Out of my way, you commoners. I have no business with you today. Seeing her walking in, Marin's group muttered, that noble seems to be heading our way. What business would a noble have with us? Sure enough, she stopped right in front of him. Bonita unabashedly evaluated him. Seeing you in person, it's even more magnificent. You're worth far more than I imagined. She reached out and gently stroked a lock of his hair. Eyes sparkling as if holding a trove of amethysts. Pure white, hair shimmering like the finest silk. You are the very embodiment of pure beauty. Marin thought to himself, why does this situation feel so familiar? Dalia was the first to speak up. Hey human, what do you think you're doing, barging in here like this? Suddenly, she raised her voice. I've made my decision, Bonita declared. You, a creature of unparalleled beauty. I will take you to a place worthy of that face. Be mine. Emato, who had been silent until now, prepared to charge forward upon hearing that. Are you crazy? Marin isn't an object. Suddenly, a group of people appeared and blocked her. They were furious but couldn't do anything. You bastards. Bonita covered her mouth and chuckled softly. All right, let's leave this wretched place. Meanwhile, Marin remained silent from beginning to end. Emato and Dalia scowled, trying to stop Bonita's actions. Marin, who exactly is this human? Is she an acquaintance of yours? He could only hold his head and sigh. No, not an acquaintance. But I know exactly what's going on. In the past, there was also a noble who suddenly told me to be theirs just because they thought my face was pretty. She continued to praise him. Your voice is wonderful too. I'll make a special exception and allow you to use the finest room in my mansion. Emato grew angrier by the second. How dare you try to take him away as you please? Marin isn't a slave. Suddenly, her expression changed. A lowly commoner like you dares to speak to me so insolently? Don't forget that the only reason I haven't wiped out you noisy brats yet is because you're companions of this beautiful man. Besides, did you just say slave? Huh, absolutely not. Look at those people over there. They all became mine for the same reason, and they are living happy lives. I am completely different from those pigs who force beautiful young men and women in their territories to play with, only to throw them away when they get bored, even while they're still in their prime. I always pay a fair price and absolutely never use cruel violence. If you become mine, I guarantee you will live a life free from worrying about food and clothing. I'll even pay you a salary several times higher than a normal maid. Beautiful things deserve to live in luxury. Marin narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to remember. Why do I feel like I've heard this exact proposal somewhere before? He suddenly blurted out a question. Could it be, among your ancestors, is there someone named Messi? Hearing that, she became even more excited. I didn't expect you to know my grandfather. It seems you're quite knowledgeable about the nobility. Having confirmed it, Marin recalled that figure. Of course I know him. Their methods have always been exactly the same. Bonita urged. Hurry up, let's go. We can slowly discuss your desires in the carriage. Unexpectedly, Marin bluntly replied. I refuse. She didn't understand. Your only job is to let me admire your beautiful face whenever I'm tired. But he still refused. I don't want to. Bonita hadn't given up. You'll get to enjoy the finest delicacies every day. And I'll provide a premium bathtub, a soft bed, and even fragrant skin oils daily. Marin maintained his answer. Thanks, but I don't need it. This time, she grew frantic. You can do whatever you want and still receive an allowance in gold. He calmly replied. Even so, I still refuse. Bonita's hands clenched until they trembled. Why? She ground her teeth. What is it with you adventurers that makes you so stubbornly refuse? I'm not even using my noble status to force you. In the past, that guy Ankaman or Cayman or whatever, a hero with decent looks, made excuses about saving the world or having an important mission and rejected me with bizarre reasons. Bonita suddenly flashed a dangerous smile. If it's come to this, even if I have to turn him into a slave, I will definitely add him to my collection. In the middle of the room full of people gathered to watch the commotion, the magic crystal ball also detected the hostility. It seems quite noisy over there. Did something happen? Hey, Salim replied. Looks like there's a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Bonita was still plotting. Looking at the reactions of those companions, they'll definitely fight back if I forcefully take him. If I pretend to be attacked and get into a brawl, I can easily frame them as illegal slaves. A giant, bear-like man approached Marin. Seeing this, Dalia immediately shouted, Humans truly never change. I won't let you have your way. He clenched his fists, telling himself, I didn't want to cause trouble, but I guess I have no choice. But since she's a noble, I'll hold back my strength as much as possible. Just then, an interrupting voice rang out. Pardon me for interrupting your conversation. Hey, Salim spoke up to remind her. Even if you are a countess, causing a disturbance over personal matters like this puts people in a difficult position. She covered her mouth and sneered. A disturbance? It's merely a minor dispute in the process of collecting a work of art. He held out the crystal ball. Someone wishes to speak with you, Countess. Please converse with them directly. Immediately after, Nom's figure appeared. Bonita's face filled with panic. You are. Everyone there was equally shocked. Lady Nom. She spoke first, a face I haven't seen before. I am the daughter of Tatacha, the master of gold, Nom. Bonita performed a formal curtsy. I am Countess Bonita de Medoa, Lady Nom. Then, Nom began her lecture. De Medoa, the one who built that art gallery? It is indeed very beautiful. I don't dislike those who appreciate art. However, I never thought a countess would go so far as to put living creatures into her display cases. People are born of their parents. They cannot be kept like potted plants. Humanity only shines its true value when they are free to reach for their dreams without being caged. Furthermore, these people are my precious benefactors. To try and snatch them away without respecting their wishes is. Bonita was terrified into a panic. No, I was merely proposing a fair reward. These words offended Nom even more. Are you intending to cause a diplomatic conflict with me? She quickly corrected herself. I absolutely do not mean that. Inwardly, she was incredibly confused. Why is a commoner adventurer being protected by Nom? Finally, Bonita changed her mind. You beautiful man. I will specially respect your opinion, but at least let me paint your portrait. However, Marin still refused. I don't want to. It feels like I'm being turned into a specimen. She threw a tantrum. What? If I can't even get a portrait, I'm not leaving. Nom advised, calm down. As thanks for respecting these people, I will personally craft a golden artifact as a gift for you. Bonita was astonished. An artifact crafted by Lady Nom herself? She smiled gently. Of course. Then, Bonita snapped her fingers. If those are the terms, then fine. With that, she led her entourage away. Everyone, that's enough. We're leaving. Emato and Dalia rushed over to check on him. Marin, are you okay? Meanwhile, Bonita hadn't truly given up, thinking to herself, remember this well, you beautiful commoner. No matter how brightly a jewel shines, it will always stand out in a crowd. Surely, one day you will have to set foot in the capital, When that time comes, In the name of the noble D. Madoa family, I will definitely make you mine. Hey Salim said to Nom. Thank you for your help, Lady Nom. She replied, I'm very glad everything was resolved smoothly. Now, I must return to my work. I will contact the guild master later. Marin expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving us, Vice Master. But he just brushed it off. Thank Lady Nom. Being stuck between high-ranking figures is what I hate the most. After the incident, Emato and Dalia discussed, we should probably hurry and head west before any other trouble finds us. Yeah, with that face of yours, who knows what other disasters are waiting? Maybe I should wear a helmet like before? No way. That's a waste. Absolutely not. Hearing them, Naga specifically warned, if you're heading west, please be careful. The situation there is quite complicated. She asked, is there a problem? Naga said, the dungeon, the Domo's ruined shrine, requested by the guild, is a trap-type dungeon. It requires a deep understanding of traps and high-level expertise. Initially, a specialized team was sent to investigate, but they suffered a severe accident inside and still haven't woken up. That's what led to this recruitment. I know your chaos party has skills, but you must be extremely cautious in that dungeon. It's a place where a single mistake in the blink of an eye can lead to tragedy. They looked at each other with some concern. Is it really that bad? The West is definitely on another level. Looks like we need to prepare very thoroughly. Marin silently rubbed his chin. Asterisk the Domo's ruined shrine. If I remember correctly, that place does have a lot of traps, but the difficulty should still be manageable. If they formed a team specializing in traps, there's no way they should have been wiped out to that extent. Asterisk, he thought to himself, strange. Meanwhile, in a gloomy place, a stern voice echoed. Soon, the king of monsters will descend upon this land. The blood of the fools who refuse to submit to him will flow like rivers. We shall offer up rotting flesh to forge a body for the great demon lord. The brainwashed crowd below chanted along. Itu, Itu. He continuously brainwashed everyone. The first aid of the great demon lord has spoken. On that day, when he descends, we must help our lost brethren. That is why we must march forward relentlessly. We will rescue our brethren who are being humiliated by the faithless, those who call themselves the masters of this land, this port. When the new era arrives, we shall all become the roots and the righteousness of this land. Itu, Ataru, once again, strive to eliminate the pure blackness of the great demon lord. We must find and eradicate all the filthy white things of this world. He shouted loudly. Please pray so that our martyrdom will not be in vain. Every ignorant follower was led by the nose, just like that. So idiom. Itu, Itu, the western continent, the Rhone wasteland. A barren and desolate land. It was a place so dry that not a single living creature could be seen. Yet, explorers continued to flock to this desert wasteland. Atop looked back and told the group, we're almost there. Just a little further, and we'll see the dungeon. Emato panted, it's so hot. I'm dying. I didn't expect it to be this hot. She slumped over the camel's back. We shouldn't have come here. We should have let that suppression team handle it. Dalia frowned. It's too late to complain now, Emato. Suddenly, Atop speculated, I don't think that expert team will be back on their feet anytime soon. Dalia was quite surprised. I heard it was just a minor accident. He began to explain. Well, it was an accident during the raid, but it seems the traps the team had scouted beforehand suddenly activated following a completely different pattern. The whole team was severely injured or knocked unconscious, so they need time to recover. But if we ignore that dungeon while the monsters are multiplying, there's a chance the dungeon's structure has changed due to monsters spilling out, so we can't be careless. Atop continued explaining. This is a trap-type dungeon, so progress will be slow. But we have the guild's guidebook, which compiles all the trap information they gathered, so don't worry. I'll give it to you when we reach the entrance. However, Emato still had doubts. But isn't that the same group that gathered the info and ended up in a coma because of the traps? Dalia, standing nearby, chimed in to answer. Well, in trap-type dungeons, accidents happen very often even in cleared areas. She continued. The investigation dragged on, and the excess monsters might have triggered the traps or altered the layout. The two of them kept discussing. Come to think of it, I've heard of dungeons where the terrain itself changes. Could the number of monsters have increased even while we were on our way here? This time, Marin finally spoke up. According to the guild's last inspection, it was still fine. Emato replied, "Then we'd better hurry." The scene shifted to the dark dungeon. A bandaged human head fell to the ground. Emato tensely observed the battlefield. These guys, no matter how many we kill, there's no end to them. The guidebook said the monsters were still under control, yet there's already a whole horde of them. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked right past her. The mummy behind her instantly collapsed to the ground. Dalia directed the action. "We can settle that with the guild later. For now, focus on the dungeon, Emato." She cheerfully replied, "Okay, thanks." Marin had switched to a new iron helmet for combat. He thought to himself, since we had to rush to this dungeon. This is just hastily bought gear, but it's still better than the old stuff. I wonder when our new equipment will be finished. Earlier, Nom had said, "Leave your broken gear here. We'll melt it down and use it as secondary materials when forging the new equipment." "All right," Marin asked carefully. "Any idea when it will be finished?" She gave a reassuring smile. "This is equipment for my benefactors. I cannot do a sloppy job. It will take some time, so when it's done, I will summon you back." The three of them fought while holding their ground. Anyway, just as Emato worried, the number of monsters is absurdly high. It's not that the guild provided false information. If everything matched the info, the raid wouldn't have dragged on like this. Something isn't right, Dalia asked loudly. "They just keep coming. Is there no way out of this room, Emato?" She quickly flipped through the map. "The floor? Look at the patterns on the floor. It says if we move while avoiding the blue pattern tiles, we'll be safe. So let's just deal with the ones getting close and slowly push them back." Emato looked down at the patterns on the floor. Come to think of it, these blue tiles, their function seems to be. Suddenly, she noticed the number of mummies was increasing. "This is bad. They're charging from behind." She leaned in close to Marin. "Since when were there this many? Like I said, just take them down one by one as they come." The three stood shoulder to shoulder, covering each other. Suddenly, the expression on her face turned to shock. It turned out Marin had used his body to lunge straight forward. Emato cried out in panic, "Wait! It said not to step on that color." Immediately after, the horde of mummies was completely wiped out. Emato and Dalia couldn't help but be amazed. What the hell just happened? The trap only hit the monsters, and with terrifying accuracy. Marin spoke up to direct them. "No time to be shocked. We're going to break through the encirclement just like this." The toe of his boot stomped hard on a patterned tile. The scene repeated itself once again. The trap only caught the monsters. Next, it was Dalia's turn to step on the tile. The mummies instantly fell into a deep pit. Time passed, and everything grew quiet. The three breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like we managed to get out of there. We almost went through hell just now." Dalia wondered. "But Marin, how did you control those traps? You moved as if you knew exactly how every trap activated and where they were." Emato was also curious. "Did you secretly get extra info on the traps before coming here without telling us?" Dalia immediately countered. "But who would sell information that isn't even in the guild's database?" But Marin revealed a shocking piece of information. About that, it was already cleared 100 years ago. Hearing that, the two were astonished. "What did you say?" 100 years. He rubbed his chin, pondering. "I kept finding it strange. Why is a dungeon that was already cleared being treated as if it had never been cleared?" Emato was confused. 100 years? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, he turned to her. "Oh right, I've only told Dalia about this. That I'm actually the same age as you guys." She yelled loudly. "Do you really think I'd believe such an absurd story?" Dalia sighed wearily. "It's amazing how you can spout such nonsense with such a straight face." Emato only cared about the main issue. "Anyway, so Marin knows how to solve this entire dungeon, right?" Marin chose his words carefully. "I know the gist of it, yes." Dalia had to nod. "Honestly, the fact that you know this is pretty suspicious, but, right now, you're basically the key we need to clear this dungeon." She flashed a mischievous smile. "You'd better take responsibility." Emato was equally excited. "And tell us everything you know right to the very end." Marin mumbled, about to say something. "Well, technically, yes." But she quickly pushed him along. "Then let's go find the treasure first." "Let's go? Hurry up." Reaching a wall, Marin felt around with his hands. I'm pretty sure there's a switch somewhere around here. Emato and Dalia stood nearby, waiting. Is it still not open? Are you sure this is really the entrance? Just wait. It's not that easy to find a treasure entrance, you know? He pressed his hand against a brick. Immediately after, a series of bricks fell away, creating a passageway. Sure enough, there's a secret entrance. Yes, let's charge in. Marin looked inside and reminded them. It's really dark in there. Light it up. Emato reached out and created a light. This passageway is so long. The three of them walked inside in single file. The treasure is all the way in the back, huh? After walking for a bit, she felt it was quite strange. A dungeon full of traps, yet there isn't a single trap in this secret passageway. Lucky us. Dalia also noticed this. Something isn't right. Emato looked around. What is it? Based on her judgment and reasoning, there were mummies everywhere already, so I figured there'd be swarms of giant scorpions too. Yet we've come this far and haven't seen a single one. It doesn't make sense. That could mean there's someone else in this dungeon besides us. The next area was a much larger room. Marin stood pressed against the wall and signaled, "More light, Emato." She complied, muttering, "Light up." As soon as he saw the scene before him, Marin's pupils shrank. Looking at the room covered in bloodstains, he was bewildered. What the hell is this? The three stood silently in the terrifying room. What on earth is going on here? Dalia frowned, slightly creeped out by the room. Isn't this place used for some kind of religious ritual? Hard to believe a labyrinth has a place like this. I can't believe you used such a creepy place as a secret passage, Marin. He reached out and touched the surface of the table. This is my first time seeing this place like this too. Before, this used to be a rest area to relax after I dealt with the scorpion monsters. Emato crouched down and touched the magic circle drawn on the floor. I feel something very unsettling coming from all directions. I'm getting goosebumps. It reeks of evil energy. Dalia walked over and flipped open a notebook. According to these notes, whoever came here is clearly not normal either. She read a passage from it. There's a line here that says, "The rebirth of the demon lord." Hearing that, Marin was startled. The rebirth of the demon lord? He thought to himself in slight panic, no way. Is this the doing of that crazy dragon? So for the past 100 years, she's been hiding in a place like this? Marin said, "Dalia, let me see that book." She handed it over for him to see. It's right here. At that exact moment, a person in a red cloak appeared. Over there. Who are you people? The two of them froze. Was someone really in a place like this? The man suddenly grew agitated, ready to strike. In that case, I'll make you sacrifices. You blasphemers. Itu. He launched a decisive attack. Dalia gritted her teeth and leaned in to block it. Fighting in such a cramped room? A huge explosion rocked the space. Amidst the chaos, Marin kicked several bricks with force. Here. He dodged it with nimble agility, gritting his teeth. You faithless heathens. How dare you enter this place? Do you think such clumsy tricks can fool me? While he was distracted, Emato seized the opportunity to rush forward. I'll burn you to ashes. The cloaked man was hit with a punch he couldn't block. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his body slumping down as he trembled uncontrollably. Marin grabbed the man's collar. Answer my question. Even with his hood on, the aura he emitted was incredibly intimidating. What the hell are you plotting here? But the man just laughed like a madman. Fools like you would never understand. And then he proudly declared, "This is the sacred site for the ritual to resurrect the Demon King." Marin was slightly startled. A ritual? Is that so? He continued to ramble. A while ago, a subordinate of the Demon King told me that I needed a noble sacrifice for the Demon King to return. And you dare interfere with the grand plan that he has set in motion? His grip on the man's collar tightened. Spit it out. Marin's voice lowered as he brought his face close to the man's. Are you connected to that mad dragon? Talk. Seeing this, Dalia spoke up to calm him down. Marin, calm down. We've already tied him up. We can question him slowly. Unexpectedly, the cloaked man's face flushed red. He laughed and shouted, I will not go against his will. I offer these sacrifices to this land. Bomber and furnace. Emato's expression changed. That curse is... She urgently tried to pull Marin away. Marin, get away from him. But moments later, a massive explosion occurred, sending dust and smoke billowing up to the ceiling. Fortunately, The three of them were safe thanks to multiple barriers. Emato slumped down, exhausted from using so much power. That was close. I can't believe he cast an explosion spell on his own body right in front of us. He helped her up. Thanks, Emato. Are you okay? She reassured him. I'm fine. I just used up all my magic at once, so my legs are a little numb. Just then, Dalia realized something serious. This guy, he just self-destructed. The evidence, it's all been burned to a crisp. Even if we report this to the guild, without any evidence, it'll be hard to request a full-scale investigation. If they're willing to take such drastic measures, could they be involved in something extremely dangerous? Marin finally explained, that dragon I told you I wanted to kill. She's conducting research to resurrect the Demon King. She was surprised. A dragon is trying to resurrect the Demon King? Marin elaborated. If she has accomplices in her plan, there might be others secretly performing rituals like this one. This guy definitely knew about that insane dragon. He held a torn piece of black cloth in his hand. A question formed in Marin's mind. If that's the case, where is that mad dragon now? They discussed the door from before. Once you enter a secret passage, you can't go back out the way you came in. That's right. The three of them agreed. In any case, we should get moving. As they walked through, they saw the melted walls. Marin fell into a thoughtful silence, staring at the destruction for a long time. The scene shifts to a space filled with a soft, gentle light. This place. Emato's eyes lit up and sparkled. Looking at the pile of gold, she exclaimed in amazement, "This is insane. If I took all this home, my family could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. I could even find a lover to spoil." But then Marin exposed the truth. "Emato, it's all fake. The moment you take it out of the labyrinth, it'll all turn to dust." Seeing her immediately deflate, she mumbled, "No way. My dream of being rich." Dalia kindly advised, "Just think of it as something that was never yours. Greed isn't a good thing." He looked around. "The items on the altar are real, so you can take those. It must be around here somewhere." Marin suddenly spotted something in the distance. There it is. But the other two couldn't see anything. What? It's empty over there. Marin searched helplessly. Impossible. After 100 years, it should have reappeared by now. What is that? A pillow? A strange wooden stake stood upright in the pile of gold. Dalia cried out in alarm. "Emato, Marin, something strange is happening over there. Why is it suddenly collapsing?" She looked bewildered at the gold beneath her feet. The pile of gold coins is flowing like water. Is this another trap? Marin stammered. "No, this isn't." From out of nowhere, a sharp-clawed foot appeared. The two of them tilted their heads back to look up. Its eyes were a murky, unseeing black. This is... Suddenly, Marin seemed to realize something. A sphinx? Why is a dungeon boss in a treasury? Before they could understand the situation, the sphinx spoke in a deep, somber voice. "Those who seek my treasure, I shall grant you a trial."